time he did not expect us to. He had to rethink the order of events of what might occur because we are there.
Oh, right, because of the Sharn.
Oh, the order of events after what we did.
So I had to redo things because the Sharn that you guys fought and defeated last session was supposed to have already completed the thing he was doing. So you guys caught him sort of in the middle of what he was doing. He was supposed to have already completed that by the time that you guys get to this area, or not supposed to, but I expected that to be something that had already resolved by the time you guys got to this area.
Okay. And was that thing getting the name? Or attempting to get the name and learning it wasn't there?
I'm not saying anything.
Okay. I
Can you
didn't know
tell
if
us
that's
the motivations of the enemy, Gary?
I didn't know if that was something that had come up when you guys talked about it last
No.
week.
I mean, we are missing the stereotypical monologue of the bad guy. I mean, where is that?
It's just in a language you can't understand, and he tries to mind control you while it's doing that.
Wait. We do a lot of monologuing. Are we the bad guys?
Aren't the enemies supposed to, do a whole?
Some would even say we filibuster.
Yeah. It is 5:03. Drock, are you ready to begin recording?
It is already going. I wanted to catch the chat about last session, so started it up.
So you guys can probably tell my voice is a little messed up. I've got a head cold. I feel fine. I just sound like garbage. So I apologize in advance. I will do my best to try to mute my mic when I cough, but I will be coughing periodically. One other thing is people have told me that there is a new option in, or rather, I know this option exists. People told me they really like this new option in Roll20. I find it personally very annoying, but since other people were talking about how they really enjoyed it, I thought I would kind of point it out to you guys. If you're in Roll20 and you go to the little wheel icon for your settings and you go to graphics, there's a new option that allows you to hide kind of all the stuff on the nameplates of things, so you just see the tokens until you hover over them. I don't like that. I like being able to see where everyone is at a glance. But I also understand, especially if you have like multiple people that are standing right next to each other, it looks a little more cluttered. It's a little easier to see very specific things, but the hover over thing. So if the clutter on tokens and stuff is something that bothers you, I'm letting you know that is an option that exists.
This is a perfect option for me because I can't read the token names anyway. I tell what something is by looking at the color composition of the image because I can't really see the image that well either.
Well, see, it's useful for something.
So this is actually really.
Yeah, I played around with it for a little bit, and I was doing encounter design and stuff, and I kept it off, and I was like, nah, I don't think I'm going to really enjoy this, but I think it's cool that it is an option that exists. So,
I also think it's cool.
On that though, real quick, for the recording, I think it's better to just have them on. But what are your guys' thoughts?
I would agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Okay, cool.
So we did not start right here last time. We started elsewhere. Where did we begin a session last time?
The broker, right?
I thought we had just gotten to the wilds.
Yeah, we just stepped out of either the lobby or the broker's vault, whichever it was that got us from Hercatur to the wilds.
So I'm going to be clear. It's not the broker's vault.
Okay.
You guys have not met the broker yet. So you stepped out.
So we stepped out of somewhere in the wilds, and there was a bunch of portals.
Well, the first thing that happened is we were in that top left area, right? And then I was telepathically contacted by creature. We didn't know at the beginning who it was, and I forget the name anyway, but I was telepathically contacted, which, as we've experienced before with things like this, was quite painful. And we learned that Narsenhar, that's the name, Narsenhar's essence was being drained, and he had tasked me with fixing the situation. And when he was done talking to me, then Clotho stepped in and started talking to me and indicated that there might be something in the area that could help us become stronger, basically able to help out more and resist kind of those telepathic links a bit better.
And partially in response to one of Narsenhar's comments to you about you not understanding what's going on.
I mean, that's a valid point for sure, yep.
So that happens. Something changes with Drak. Drak gets a new temporary ability.
I can smell as good as Supernova.
You are temporarily more directly her hound.
Yeah.
All right.
He can smell stuff and we're in a tower, is that right? We stepped into the tower?
We've been told at the tower, yes.
Yeah. And it is made of cold iron.
Which
Old
is... Sorry, go ahead, Gary.
I'm just saying it's old and rusted. Most things here are covered in rust.
Yeah, and then the really odd thing is cold iron or iron in general doesn't really exist in the wild. So this is very purposefully built as an iron tower in the wilds.
All right, and then what to next? You guys had a little bit of a thing of, do we go into the vaults or do we go up through this area, wherever this is? And with the newfound nose to sniff things out, decided to go into the vaults or into the other areas where there's more vault-like doors.
And that was primarily because the smell was similar to something One and Filibuster had experienced in the past, right? We linked it to summer, the smell. Fresh flowers and bakery.
The bread was similar to the spiced bread from Eastavir.
Correct. So there was two leading you to two different doors. This one down here with the spiced bread, and then this one up here with the smell of flowers. And then there were sort of all kinds of scents in other places, but the third area, which is this one here, had no scents at all. No first A, but other than that, correct. There are lots of signs there were other vaults here, there were other areas, but pretty much all of them have fallen into ruin or been destroyed. The areas have been collapsed. There's lots of these open vault doors, but there's only 3 of them in the area, 2-ish in the area that remain closed. The 2 ones being the top middle, the top right, those are definitely closed. And then the bottom middle, where the scent of bread was coming from, was not really closed, but it was still in some way functional. It wasn't just rubble. So where to from there?
So I think Drak deduced that the top middle vault, that one had like no smell, which made it distinct from everything else. The top right smelled like flowers, and the bottom middle smelled like the spiced bread. So we decided to check that door out.
Oh, there was also like a bad smell at one of them. Like there was like
a putrid smell, kind of.
Yeah, one of the doors. I don't remember which one.
I thought the one we went to had that smell, but it had
an
undertone of spice bread.
And we had a real will they won't they situation to the threshold.
Well, most of us did.
You guys did eventually decide to step on through. and made it to an area with that guy on the bottom right, who was performing some sort of ritual in a big room surrounded by small creatures that were invisible at the start of things.
He's missing an eye.
And Drock, why is that important?
Because it means that he's bigger than Filibuster.
Exactly.
Hooray.
Yeah, because the walker having the eye taken out, we thought he might have been connected. I am using we here because I later discovered that fact.
Rediscovered, maybe.
I finally rolled, my wisdom check.
And so, in the words of Defoe, there was a firefight. And things broke out. Anything notable that happened either before, after, during the combat that you guys feel is worth bringing up and recap?
The guys who were under him, whoever he was commanding, they basically stopped fighting after he was killed. I think they were more afraid of him than anything, and once he was killed, they
wait. No, I remember. So before we started fighting, he transformed and took a chunk out of the little imp dude next to him. Basically bloodied him before the fight even started.
Yep.
And they were speaking
Abyssal.
Oh. Yes, thank you.
And you guys got to know why. Why did he do that? Why did he take a chunk out of one of his allies?
He's bad.
Yes, bad people needed to twirl their mustache.
It was his kick the dog moment. The
Right.
way you know that he's truly evil was he kicked the dog.
Mm-hmm. There may have been some other reason.
I don't recall the reason. Does anyone else?
No, I don't either.
I-
Did we
I
actually
don't-
learn
I don't know.
this?
I don't know.
Or does Gary assume we're smarter than we are?
Well,
I think
that's
Gary
definitely
assumes we're
true.
smarter than we are.
Well, one of you all got a translation. So
I did get a translation. Did it? Hang on.
It's the latest message in Prosperity.
Oh, thank you.
so
Yeah, but does that at all explain why he took a bite out of him?
So the last thing that one of the little creatures said was that, was resisting it. And so the big creature, the Sharn, the whole silence, it is ended, was him striking at the creature for talking back to it. So
Oh, okay.
the intention there is that your player, the characters would have recognized that the Sharn was lashing out at one of the little creatures for speaking back to it.
Oh, okay. I
Now,
didn't
that is
totally
the kick
put
the
that
dog moment is sort of a separate thing, but I think I wanted to make sure that part was clear, that the little creatures said something that made it mad, and then he told them to shut up and then kill all of you guys.
Yeah.
So our characters are smarter than we are. Got it.
Well, your characters are in the scene more than you guys are.
That too.
So that happens. You guys fight. Really easy cakewalk of a fight. No problems at all.
My favorite part of the fight is that the guy said, "Do not kill that guy," and then continued to knock him out first.
Right?
And the only person to get knocked out.
Well, to be clear, he also did intentionally make sure it was non-lethal damage. So he did knock him out, not kill him, or not.
He tried to strike a bargain with Drock as well. He wanted to work together.
Mm-hmm.
And you guys decided that probably not the best plan. And that guy bites the dust.
With a +1 to roll. Attack.
And then comes this scene.
Well, before this scene was the portal, right?
Correct.
Which was interesting because it wouldn't let anyone through unless I was basically holding it open.
Correct. Yeah. So this big portal at the end here, the end of the little bridge sticking out, would not let anyone pass through unless Drock was opening the way. And then we all made it inside. So what happens with this scene, Griffle?
Oh. So, I get up onto, like, I try to walk forward. No, someone else tried to walk forward first. Who was it?
So I think one of many sent their.
Oh, it was one. Yeah, one
Yeah.
tried to walk forward, and they said psionics aren't permitted. And then I tried to walk forward, and they seemed like they were getting ready to fight. And I think it was because of my holy symbol. And then, so I took a step back, and they like kind of chilled out a little bit. And then, Drock was able to go forward and like chat them up a little bit, and they recognized that he was like an agent of spring, agent of summer.
Mm-hmm.
And then he was able to designate like all the rest of us as also agents of summer. Like I think because he was authorized, then he could like deputize us to be authorized here as well.
And so what did these creatures, the golems, like what did they seem to want? What were they doing? What was the overall impact of you guys being in here? Because you did a few different things in the room, but let's focus on what the golems are doing first.
They were apparently
They're
here.
guarding the.
Yeah, guarding. I forget what they called it, but we're assuming it was the name that was then traded freely later on. So now they have nothing.
And now
to
they don't really have like a purpose because because the thing that they were supposed to guard is not here.
And they weren't given collateral for taking.
And one thing that I did say last time that I do want to make sure is clear is that golems 2 and 3 are quite damaged. So like these things have stuff kind of stapled all over their body, and are in sort of various states of, functional and damaged. So like they've pretty clearly been through some shit recently. So eventually they agree to do what? Because you guys get them to do something else, and then we'll kind of get back to what else is going on in the rest of the room. Drock, do you remember?
No. They were going to basically assist us, and afterwards we basically got them to show us the way to the other vault. But I forget what happened in between. Yeah, the threefold, thank you.
Yeah.
But I did forget what else, yeah.
So basically what happens is you talk to the golems let you know that they had a mission here, but they don't have anything else to do, so they're sort of on standby. And then, you let them know that there is this other thing that was, is there anything else you can do? And they said, well, there's this other vault. Do you want, if that's still there, do you want us to go protect that? And it's like, yes, go do that. And that's kind of the end of the scene. Not the only other things that happens in the room, but the end of the scene is the golem's like, all right, well, if that's what you think needs to happen, since our task here is no longer viable, we will go and do something else. But what else do you guys do in the room before you leave?
So we say Lekessin 3 times, and I thought there was one other forbiddance that we said, and basically each time we're saying
Clotho.
that... Clotho? Oh, was it just Clotho? Okay. Each time we say a forbiddance multiple times, the room starts to basically thaw and bloom, and kind of like all the ice is slowly disappearing when we're doing that.
Right, and after you get done, only the innermost ring of ice around the giant crystal remains.
And we had assumed that we need to say the grandmother's name that we do not know in order to thaw that. Although it's been pointed out we did not test out any additional theories.
But we're going back, right?
So we kind of paused there and then followed the golems elsewhere. Followed the golems back into the hall where we went to the threefold vault. So what is important about this place? What are, or rather, not even what is important. What is different about this place?
It's not a single door. It's 3 doors. And we discovered, depending on who opens it and what power you're most closely associated with, spring or summer, basically, so far we've tested, it opens into different rooms.
Right, so there was a summer area inside and there was a spring area inside. Any other things of import before you guys decided to head on in?
We noticed when we opened the doors that it was an illusion.
Well, and to be clear, it wasn't like, oh, this is an obvious illusion. It was, we think this might be an illusion, and then you were able to penetrate the veil. So it is a pretty convincing illusion, but with that sort of keyed thought of like, we think that there's an illusion here, you were able to see through it. So it's less of the illusion is bad and you guys are good.
Right.
The robots were also, we also asked them, was like, what's the threefold? And they were like, all folds are part of the threefold, but also they are the threefold or something.
Well, we were like unclear if the threefold, we thought it was in this place, but maybe we think the threefold is the door itself and not inside of the door.
Yeah, golems were not programmed to be great conversationalists. Anything else before we step on in?
Then we went inside and we kicked everyone's butt and the battle's over.
Yep, totally happened. So you step inside of the threefold vault and you see some stuff. 2 of these creatures that are consuming the roots of these great trees, as well as several other smaller parasites, and then one almost human-looking parasite, humanoid-looking parasite there in the middle. And one other sort of major thing happened while you're in the room. What was the other thing that sort of happened while you were here?
We had a flash of the same room, but kind of at night and different.
And it was
When did you get
specific.
that?
It was specifically when that cerebral parasite turned and looked at us.
Correct. So you
Sorry.
go ahead.
And there was an artifact, right? Between, yeah.
Something that feels to Drak to be very powerful. Perhaps what Clotho was directing us to.
Right. So when the cerebral parasite looked at you, the world sort of shimmered off, and you saw something floating in the air, like a staff of hard wood. And then you kind of, when the creature looked back, that didn't work. There you go. The light went back on. The illusion of the daytime returned. So one of many looks like they've got to go and take care of a dog. If we can, go ahead and let's do rolling for initiative. And then once initiative is rolled and we have people sorted and people where they need to be, we'll double check to make sure that we've got all the recap stuff done. And then we'll hop into Le Combat.
Good. I'm starting strong with my roll of 2.
Is the initiative box missing, Gary?
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking.
Oh. Okay, that's weird. Did it just not store anything? No, it did. That's very odd. Ideally, the initiative box is up now, and you guys can see the order.
Yep.
Yeah.
I was really hoping to get a reroll and not roll a 2, but it took it.
I also rolled a 2.
All right. So now the one is
Consider rolling a 20.
anything else from recap that you guys consider as important before we jump into things today? Also, as a note, before you guys actually start doing stuff, you can arrange yourself anywhere in the black box you would like to be. That is the starting box. So if you feel like you need to be somewhere else, by all means, move yourself around. And the drop from where you guys are to the ground is 10 feet.
Is that damage distance? What's the distance to not take damage?
Less than 10 feet. It is enough that if you jump down and you do not have any way of dealing with the fact that you are jumping down, that you're going to take some damage.
Okay.
I think the only thing kind of interesting for last session that we didn't talk about was the fact that the golems really did not like Griffle's religious symbol, and that when they attempt to say the name of whatever it was that it's a symbol of, they couldn't because it was forbiddenced. And that
Yeah.
the name was being held in the vault because it was a deal between, I believe, between Summer and the Iron Star, which we believe is associated with Saint Tythan and the adversary.
Yeah, something about that is a little confusing. I mean, obviously it's a little bit weird that there's an iron tower in the middle of the wilds, but like, yeah. But the Iron Star could also refer to something Aegis related, because he's the Lord of the Iron Tower. And he's been called what? Like, haven't we heard him be called like Old Ironside or something?
Oh, it is. It's 3 to 6. Okay.
Yeah, it's always 3, and then I can pay for 3 more.
Fun. But
It is about that time.
are you back and functional? Cool. So there was some discussion about the stars. So they are both called star, at least the two things that they've been talked about. But Saint Tython and the Leviathan's holy symbol is not ever really referred to with iron in the name. I mean, there might be holy symbols that they have that are made out of iron, but it's called the 11-pointed star. The Star of the Deeps is also another name of the holy symbol. It's not really associated with iron in like any of the specifics stories, and like her holy symbol, it has iron in it, but it's probably made out of steel.
So there's no reason that we would think
They're both
that
11-pointed stars.
So the symbol that you guys saw with Clotho probably is the same symbol as the one for
Saint Tython.
the one that you have. So the only time that you've seen any of those made out of iron was the one that Clotho was stapled to. But the 11-pointed star, the symbol of Saint Tython and the Leviathan, is not normally associated with iron.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So the golems did not identify Griffle's holy symbol with the same name that they said.
Yeah, I mean, I actually, I think I assumed that was what the problem was, but it might actually not have been the case.
Yeah, because they made the pact with the Iron Star, so they would like the Iron Star.
Well, I don't think the golems made the pact with the Iron Star.
Not necessarily. Like, they might
they're-
have been forced to make a pact.
I think their sole function here is to protect the collateral for whatever deal.
But I guess like they spoke about the Iron Star as an ally in some capacity. And they spoke about her holy symbol as an enemy in some capacity.
I'd have to rewatch the recording to see if they actually did. I don't remember.
Contraband.
Hmm.
So, Lauren, I think Filibuster's asking you to scoot back one.
Oh.
I think he's asking you to fly to.
Yeah, I'll be in Kentucky in a day.
I live in Arkansas.
Oh,
There you go.
then I can be there sooner.
This one is Kansas, and this one is Arkansas. America, explain.
I don't remember who that is. Is that the Finnish guy?
I don't remember either.
There's a Finnish comedian that does a whole thing about like English slang not making any sense to him, and about like the word ass.
Yeah, that guy. That's a funny.
That's
funny
one of
set.
my favorite skits on the English language, and it's from a random Finnish dude.
Mhm.
But so the answer to the other stuff is that during the conversation, the golems did say the Iron Star was something separate than the holy symbol that she had. So I think that in the conversation from last time, I don't know if it was perfectly clear, but I think it would have been a little bit easier either on rewatch of the session, or when you guys are taking notes or doing whatever. The two things are separate. The golems don't see her holy symbol as the Iron Star.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything else from last time that you guys feel needs to be brought up, changed, etc.? All right, well, let's get into the combat of things. Is everybody happy where they are in initiative order? Does anyone else need to do things or swap things around?
Someone, I guess none of you rolled well, so never mind. This.
Wow. Yeah.
Yes, always.
Yes, always.
I would suggest putting that in your initiative roll.
I would say assume that you always have it, and then if for some reason you don't have it, it'll be easier to just say, "Hey, you guys don't have Griffel's bonus for whatever reason."
It's allies. It's allies in 5, and you really start combat more than 5 away from me. So
All right. Well, Filibuster, you are up first. I'm going to go ahead and take the starting box off of the map. And
Okay, so I can move there, right? That spot. Can you see that already?
Where you are currently?
To the down and 1 to the right.
Yes.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure. That's why I asked Morn to move. I wanna go
He
there.
asked me to swap.
I said, never mind. And then I'm gonna use Thunder of Judgment on the Cerebral Parasite, Forerunner Parasite 3, and Forerunner Parasite 4.
Gotcha.
And I'm going to use Guidance of the Past on the attack roll against the Cerebral Parasite.
Okay. As you go and do your thing, when you go and you see the parasite turn towards you, you can see that now that you're a little bit closer, it has a lot of the same sort of generic looks that the other parasites do, but it has 2 arms. All the other things only have a single arm. And you can see all over its body, there are these little moving pieces that when you get as close as you are now, you can see rather than him being one of these bigger parasites, it looks like it's a more humanoid form that has dozens or hundreds of parasites that are maybe 6 to 8 inches long, burrowing in and out of its flesh.
Are any of these things not larger than me?
The Forerunner parasites are not. They are small sized. Oh, no, these guys are. Yeah, that's incorrect. These guys are medium. So everything is smaller, or everything is bigger than you.
Excellent.
The skittering parasites.
Oh, thank God I used that, didn't it? Thank goodness.
I didn't.
Guidance of the Past for 19, I believe that will hit.
19 is significantly better. So 23 and 17. I don't think the 17 connects. Let's see if the 23 does. 23 versus Fortitude will definitely connect. So it's going to be hit, hit, miss. So this guy is dazed. This is the one that's not savings, right? Yeah. Dazed and 16 thunder damage. And then the cerebral
18. And yeah. And I will push Forerunner Parasite 3. Just three diagonally away.
Okay.
And I'll push the other guy 3 back as well. Just straight.
To there?
Yes. He's also dazed. I don't know if you wanted to put that on there.
Is.
And I will end my turn.
All right. Parasite 3. He gets to spend his turn. Excuse me. Running and swimming to get closer.
Don't those fly or no? Are they on the ground?
No, these guys do not fly.
Okay.
They have a slightly worm-like, slightly snake-like movement as they move very quickly through the ground. So there's not swarm-like, more like eels. They move sort of like moray eels. And that's them. Number 2. Number 2 is down here. All right. Don't believe he can get to anybody. So let's move up to 6 to there. And then he is going to see the things there, recognize seems like it recognized what Filibuster is doing, and attempt to instill hunger within you.
Instill hunger.
21 versus your will.
That will not connect.
All right. Can I see what instill hunger does? That is it for that guy's turn. Parasite number 1 is somewhere up here. Yes. Can he get to Phil?
Is that second effect a save ends, Gary? Or is what's the
The second effect is not save ends. It's just if you do not end its next turn. It's next turn.
Oh,
So
sorry.
next. Move and charge. Okay.
You haven't got to do anything in a while.
Where are you going? Where are you going? Okay. Do you want to move there, or did you want to move into flanking? Because you have move 5, so
That makes it 20.
Right.
Yes, 26.
26 to hit. 26 will connect for 16 points of damage, and then so 23 versus your armor class, Drock. As assumed. Parasite number 4. He got missed by the nonsense.
He
So he's
did.
going to engage. They are smart enough to work together. That is sort of their thing. Move and charge. Melee basic with a +3. That's looks like should be
16 plus 7, 23.
23 points of damage. And you are now aware of 2 additional traits.
Who?
All right. So first of all is Hive Mind Gluttonous Impulse. So as a reminder, you guys have faced these things before. So these things are broken into 2 sections. So a trait will have the first part of the trait. So for Gluttonous Impulse, all damage this creature deals is necrotic. In addition to its other keywords, whenever it deals damage to a creature, it regains 9 temporary hit points. That section is for just the thing that gives it. So the devouring parasites, they have that first effect. And then the Hive Mind ability is what that creature grants to every other one of the parasites. So the Hive Mind ability is whenever this creature hits with a basic attack on its turn, the target loses a healing surge and this creature gains a healing surge.
My God.
So Phil, please lose a healing surge. And then the DM is going to obviously remember where the stupid leaf is.
Why do we never redistribute it? Morin never gets hit.
Where am I blind? Did I not put a leaf on this one?
A leaf?
There's a leaf icon that I thought I had on this token set, but I apparently don't. So I'll have to keep meaning to update the token set and keep forgetting to do so between games. So that is the first part. So that's Gluttonous Impulse. And then the second one you guys become aware of is the Invasive Presence. And that is the ability of the Cerebral Parasite. So brain, Hive Mind. So Invasive Presence. So the thing that the Cerebral Parasite gets is if he knocks anyone, bloodies anyone, or knocks them below 0, he will get an action point and 2 power points. And if he hits someone that has an action point, you lose that action point until the Cerebral Parasite dies. Then the thing that he grants everybody else is everything else applies staggered save ends when they attack, which we'll use the radioactive symbol because that's my generic. We're using some sort of weird mechanic symbol. And so you now have 1 stack of staggered Filibuster. If you get to 3 stacks, you're dazed. If you get to 5, you are stunned. And 8, you are dominated.
And that is not. Oh, it says save ins.
Mhm.
Got it. The
You
save
clear-
in save clear all of them.
Yeah. Well, save gets rid of your stacks of stagger.
Not the other effects.
Correct.
Weird.
So the staggered condition does different stuff based on how many stacks you have, and you can save out of that. But the other stuff that it does, you can't save out of unless you get rid of the staggered.
If we just kill the trait giver, will it remove all
Correct.
of it? Or?
If you kill whatever creature is giving that trait to the rest of the hive, then it knocks that trait out of commission.
Okay.
Morin, you are up.
All right.
I knew where he was gonna go.
Doesn't super help. So, yeah. All right. So I'm gonna go. Can I go there? No. Hold on.
You can't walk over the cliff. You have to touch the
Yeah, yeah,
stairs,
yeah.
kind of.
Trying to. Oh, I have to start.
One of many doing the controller draw dance.
Oh, am I showing that to everybody?
It's fine. It doesn't matter. You are, but it is also funny that that's sort of the that's like the stereotypical controller thing. Is like, all right,
Ah,
I'm gonna start drawing on this map.
I draw so much.
Morin, you're trying to go there,
Six.
correct?
no, I'm weighing my options.
Okay.
But I think I will end up going there. Not with that roundabout route, obviously.
Mhm.
Okay. And then, so as my move, I will gain partial concealment. I will curse Forerunner Parasite number 1.
Okay.
And let me make sure I still have this up. And is it the Forerunner Parasites that are granting this stagger, or is it the Devouring Parasite that's granting the stagger?
Neither. The cerebral parasite grants stagger.
The
So-
Forerunner parasites are just the little
Recipients.
shitheads. That's the other ones are the ones granting.
The devouring parasite grants the gluttonous impulse, and then
Okay.
the cerebral parasite grants the invasive presence.
I see. Okay, cool. Well, I am going to attack the Cerebral Parasite. He's dazed, right?
He is.
With the Curse of the Black Frost.
Sounds good.
Closer. Else I want to throw in here? I don't think so. Not yet. Use that. So a 24 versus Reflex.
24 versus its reflex will definitely connect.
Okay, so it's going to be 37 damage.
All right.
And then the first time that it moves on its turns, is that going to, will it always take 3, or is it just going to roll every time it
It'll
moves?
roll every time.
And then save will end on the Curse of the Black Frost. Let me make sure real quick. Yeah, it doesn't, that starts immediately.
Yep.
And then, yeah, that'll be it. Standard move, minor.
Ooh, didn't pretty sure Gary hinted at Drock getting some juice in this combat.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I'm excited for you. I don't know. We're gonna find out. You have the power of being a simp on your side, so it might. Look at this tactical move from Gary. Who's that, Gary? I think you're muted. Who's that targeting?
Oh, he's muted.
I instead of unmuting myself, I deafened myself. Stupid buttons being right next to each other. All right. So Parasite 5 moves up and then shoots a warped thought at Morin.
22 against my will.
Mm-hmm.
That will miss.
And that is it for its turn. This devouring parasite will come up. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he wants to be in melee. Nom 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 nom. Come here.
That implies it has reach. I don't like it.
Oops. Hang on, I need to read this ability because I did not. Oh, right, because he's from that other encounter. Okay, cool. Me making things harder. 33, I assume, is going to connect on Drak. So a hollow spike for 22 points of necrotic damage. And then he will regain, he'll gain 9 temporary hit points.
They do or do not get the hive mind portion.
They do not get the hive mind portion. So that's the thing they give to everybody else.
Got it.
He doesn't get to eat your surges. I think that's it for him. So, Drak, I'm going to put the marker on you as well. So, 22 necrotic damage, and the weakened is save ends. Man, this cough is killing me. 1 minute, you're up. Half damage. As long as you deal half damage.
Half of 0 is still 0.
Okay. So I am going to project consciousness to hang on. To here. And then I'm gonna use Mind Blast. Gary, can you give me a little token?
Oh, right. You can always drag your own token out.
Oh, that's true. I thought you made it like you had like a transparent one or something.
I just changed it to a different color.
Ah, okay. That works. So this is what it does.
Like that one.
Each creature in Blast. Are you sure you want to Mind Blast?
Please don't.
Oh shit! Sorry, I didn't think about that.
Oh, I thought I didn't think about myself. I thought it'd be better if
Oh man, I really thought that was ally friendly. I'm dumb. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, we did get up in the mix here, didn't we?
I've been waiting till you didn't have your one that does almost the exact same thing.
This is
Use this.
better, but a smaller range.
It could be better sometimes. Okay. Then what I will do is I will project my consciousness somewhere else. Yeah, like,
And you can move it, so
yeah,
you still have
yeah.
control.
Yeah, I'll put it like here-ish.
It's like, because the Mind Blast would be really cool, except it stunned 3 of your allies.
Yeah.
Especially with those rolls. Holy.
Why did that be there? All right, I'll use dishearten instead. I will dishearten the cerebral parasite and his forerunner buddy.
Like Drock rolls and gets like everything below like 6. One of many rolls, 7 rolls, and the lowest is a 12.
I was gonna suggest that one swaps with someone, and because I knew you were looking to do something nasty.
Yeah.
I actually could swap with Kylie. I could just run over to her house real quick, and she run over to mine.
Yeah.
Don't think it's going to have the same effect on the combat. All right, so discarding 2 targets.
Yes, dishearten 2 targets, augment 2. I'm not putting in the attack mod. Okay. Ugh. So much
So 16 and 19.
Wait, go back.
right.
Unfortunately, that is 2 misses.
Okay. Well, that's my turn.
Drock, it is your turn. You're weakened. First question is, do you want to be weakened on your turn? Or you want to get rid of it? I'm just excuse me, I'm not use it. Yeah, it's just more of a you can only use it at the start of your turn. So if you want to use it, you have to use it now. Okay.
I think your goal this turn should be used to use a very strong ability to do a very good thing. I don't care who you do it towards. I'm not worried about hitting or missing, just like do the thing. I don't know what the thing is.
I mean, the only thing that I will say is that some part of something is pulling you towards where the cerebral parasite is. Oh yeah, I'm not saying it's a good idea. I'm just saying.
Don't you have the ability to teleport?
Could you narrow that down for me, please? I think I'm almost positive gang up is damage. I feel like we do this session. I think, yeah. 2 to attack, 3 to damage. I mean, you crit. Oh no, that's not that's on the hit. So 25 to hit is definitely going to connect. 29 damage. He is quite bloodied. Nice. So the way I always do that is if everything can see you, and in this combat everything can, I just give you a +2 bonus to defenses, and it goes away whenever something actually does hit you. So you've got that +2 on you.
Did you force the thing to surrender?
You did not. Okay. What do you want to do with the rest? Yeah, and it did not surrender. My
Brock,
question
may I
is,
ask?
is,
Oh, go
did
ahead.
you want to use either your move or your minor action? Because you have to teleport at the end of your turn.
I would suggest.
Correct. Okay.
And the mark is very good.
So the parasite, you see it kind of turn, and it's not as hindered by your ability filibuster as what you're used to seeing. You're used to things being confused and slowed and crippled by the sort of radiant light from your powers. This thing, not quite as much. So you're now aware of its trait overflowing will.
Creatures with a hive mind in the aura can take advantage. Does that include itself?
It
I
does.
mean, I guess it is. Yeah, it is a creature, and it's in the aura.
Yep. Why don't I have his saves on here? Oh, weird. I'll have to just type that up.
Man, this game sucks. One, can you stun that motherfucker?
God.
He is no longer dazed. 11 squares away. It's gonna walk down.
All right, so it takes 1d8 damage.
Do it up.
And then, is this enhanced
Enhance.
since it's a roll? Does it get my enhancement bonus?
It does get your enhancement bonus, yes.
Okay, is that my charisma modifier and my enhancement then?
No, it just gives your enhancement bonus.
Okay, so it's 5 damage.
5 damage. Cool. 1 second.
Ooh, spooky.
So the creature stalks down from the top. It points one of its hands at Filibuster, and then Filibuster, you can hear something worming into your mind as some sort of whispering voice says, "Be gone."
Be gone, thought.
Not sure if it's actually going to connect.
If
Probably
the
not.
can you read this? If the attack hits all of these, this is like reading magic cards, Gary.
But it doesn't matter because he missed.
All squares adjacent to the target squares are considered adjacent to each other.
Basically, that square.
It's like phase out. Yeah, it's like a phase.
The square does not exist, so he folds you into a little pocket space.
He's a little. It's a Teferi. Kill Teferi. No one likes him.
Oh.
So he does that. It doesn't work. The creature's face kind of gets twisted, and you see several of those little parasites kind of move inside of the creature's mouth and down its throat. And it is going to spend an action point. So you can do you get your immediate back when you take your turn. You just took your turn, so that means that you can do it, but then this will be the you won't be able to do it until you get to your turn again. So, and to be clear, the way that this works is on targeting. So I'm going to tell you. So one was he just points at Filibuster and did a shot. This is not what he's doing with his next attack. His next attack is he's doing an area of effect attack that he's hitting one Griffle and Morin with.
Thank God. Take them out.
Rude.
If you want to lightning rush this, he's going to have to redraw the. If you connect, he's going to have to change the attack to target you. Do it up. Oh, you need to move first. All right. "23 AC does connect."
Thank goodness. 21 hit is very good damage, brother.
21. It is. So you see the creature swell, and his whole body sort of grows as he crackles with power. And then he goes to throw this attack, and you see as the power leaves his body, Drock runs through it and drags this cloud onto himself. He's only going to be able to hit Drock with this because all of his other targets it's not big enough to hit anyone else. So this cloud of psionic energy washes from him to go and strike down the group, and then Drock kind of sucks it into himself as he runs past and draws the attack onto himself. So that's 31 versus your will, Drock.
What's your will, Drock? Drocky?
He would need a reroll to get out of that. But I think I would have hit because that does 24 hit your will? One of many? Because I think that would have been 3 hits.
That was a very good lightning rush.
It does, but I would have done my thing that gives us all +4 to will.
Yeah, so it would have been 2 hits, and
No, it wouldn't. It would have been 1 hit.
your will is 24.
That's right. And she gives me a +4, and I give myself a +2 because he's greater than 5 away.
Ah. What's the +2
And
for greater than 5 is all attacks, or is it ranged or melee attacks? Or ranged
attacks greater than 5 squares away.
It's not a ranged attack, it's an area attack.
Oh, okay.
It'd have to say range or area. I don't know which one. Is that Cloak of Distortion?
No, it is. I'd have to see which one it is.
No. At some point, throw the wording into the chat because I would like to know that. I mean, the monsters aren't going to know, so it's not a big deal. But I always think of that as a Cloak of Distortion effect, which doesn't help you with Burst and Blast. But yeah, so strike on Drock, and that's his turn. That's all the actions that he has.
It is close to Distortion, yeah.
Very good counter to me.
Yes, it does count as a hit. Also, you lightning rushed and he made an area attack. So before he gets his actual mind surge off, before you get dazed, you can opportunity attack him as well.
Ooh.
Because he goes to make a range attack, you lightning rush, you punch him in the face, and now he's making a range attack with someone in melee, so you can punch him again.
Drock mad. Drock not mad enough.
All right. He makes a save against that other effect. And then the other parasite gets to go. He succeeds. He's not taking the cold damage thing anymore. All right. Other parasite.
It's the first time he moves. Well, we're focusing in there.
Stabby. Drock. Uh, 35 AC, which I believe connects. That is going to get you to stagger 1. And he's going to eat a healing surge from you. And that's it for him. Griffle, you're up.
Okay. I have been thinking about what I want to do, but like, I really, really want to go for, where is he? the cerebral parasite, but I think I'm too far away.
Um,
So
you are you would need to be able to move 8 squares. So typically speaking, that means you would need to move and charge.
I
don't
think what I want to do is attacks on the run.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go. Oh, it's not shifting, right? So it still provokes always.
It does still provoke.
Also 10 feet that you're jumping off.
Yeah.
So you need to give me some sort of athletics check to slide down the wall.
Yeah, I mean that's fine. I think this is what I want to do. To here, and then charge into the. Yeah. Okay. So we're going to. How far away does something quarry?
I want to say you just have to be able to see it. I'm like 90% sure Hunter's Quarry is one of the ones where you just have to be able to see it.
I'll go for the
To me.
cerebral parasite. Put that bad boy on there. And then I can't. Oh, I'm not on the right tool. So I'm going to do my attacks on the run. I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to here. So obviously, like 1 attack on the devouring parasite 1 and 1 on the forerunner parasite 1.
It depends a little bit on what you want to do because you're above the other forerunner parasite. You could also jump over forerunner like the devouring parasite, and you'd only take 1 OA, but you'd have to be able to make the jump. But it's a pretty.
I think attacks on the run has to be 2 separate targets.
It says just 2 attacks. It doesn't specify.
1
anything
or
about
2
targets.
creatures. You can move your speed at any one point during your move. You can make 2 strength attacks with a melee weapon. Oh no, it doesn't say it has to be different creatures. Okay, well then yeah, I would kind of like to do that. So I was here?
Do a little
Think-
flippy.
Yeah.
No, I was here
Down 1.
next to Morin.
No, you were here.
Did you?
Right. Yeah.
So you could go here and then go to there for your 6 squares of movement, and then once you're
Oh
here,
yeah, I would
attacks on the run.
love to do that.
But you need a DC 15 athletics check.
Cool.
Gary,
Yeah,
did you
right.
intentionally give us action points?
Yes.
Oh.
'Cause you guys completed a milestone previously. So
Boink.
18.
Okay, and then where is it? Daily.
This guy gets an
Attacks on
NBA
the run.
over. He gets a -2 because he's marked by Drock. He should not have that extra damage. So that should be 5 damage less. So and he shouldn't have had the other thing. So should have been 3 attack
13
less.
damage.
So it should be 25 AC because I
think that's a miss.
Oh, nice.
That's a miss.
Good.
Yeah.
Not that being weakened for your
Cool.
daily matter.
And then so 23 and a 29 versus AC.
23 and 29 both connect.
So
Preserve.
this is going to be, hang on, so 59. I will actually quarry on him. So, oh no, I can't. Sorry, no, I marked the other one. Never mind. Sorry.
Right. I mean, that's what I assume you were quarrying the parasite, right? Cerebral parasite.
That's the person you said you were.
Yes,
quarrying,
but I'm
so-
attacking the devouring parasite. I can't quarry damage on him because I don't have him quarried.
Why are you attacking the devouring parasite? Is what I'm asking.
Because
You don't have to. I'm just saying, like, is there a reason you're attacking the devouring parasite instead of the cerebral when you were saying you wanted to go for the cerebral?
because I'm using attacks on the run. I'm using the movement from attacks on the run to
Okay.
get closer to the cerebral parasite so that I can end my turn, like action point and charge him.
So I was asking whether you wanted to use your movement action to jump over the devouring parasite so you could start attacks on the run and then move with attacks on the run to hit the cerebral parasite twice. That's what I thought you were doing. So if you want to do something else, that's fine.
Oh, okay. Hang on. Okay. Right. Give me like a second to just think this through because I think I misunderstood what I was able to do.
So minor action, you quarry. We know that's your minor action. You have a move and a
Yeah,
standard.
yeah.
You can either use your movement action for something else, or what I was saying is if you use your movement action to jump over the devouring
Oh,
curse,
that's way more efficient. No, that's way more efficient. I don't know why I thought I like. Okay, yes, I would very much like to do that.
you're not used attacks on the run, so the fact that you get to move your full speed twice in the same turn without action pointing is a little weird. But yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool. Okay. So yeah, I will go to here so I can flank, but I'll make sure to move from here to here so I'm not passing from here to here so I'm not passing Thingo.
Right way. Okay. So we got
Okay.
30 plus 29 plus 3
59
Plus 4.
and they both popped, so plus 8 on all of that.
So it looks like 30 plus 29 plus 3 from your quarry plus 2 instances
Plus
of
8.
the 4 plus 8. The total of 70 points of damage.
Yes.
He's bloodied.
I heard you want an action point. I heard you want an action.
He's gonna do something when he gets bloodied. Actually, is he bloodied? He's not. He's not actually bloodied from that.
He's
It looks
also he's not dazed. I lied. That's not true.
I would also actually like to action point because I hate this guy. Do you know what?
You just met him.
Hang on. So he isn't bloodied, but he does get his reaction still. So he's going to react to the attacks on the run and try to strike against you. So no attack bonus. He isn't marked by Drock. So 23 versus your AC is not going to connect with piercing thrust. All right, carry on.
Okay, so I think I want to use my new encounter power, Bolts
Yes.
of Warding.
Very good.
Mainly one creature. No attack. Oh, am I? Because I'm flanking. That's CA. So
Correct.
does he get? Yeah, cool. Oh my god!
Ooh, let's go.
Oh
That's the juice right there.
that is goated.
Now he's definitely bloodied.
Okay, so
Yeah.
50 damage.
1 second. Let me see what his bloody
Oh
thing
my lord.
it is. No action. So
58 plus 5, 63.
no,
Oh, that's not. I didn't. The 5 is not there. Never mind. That's an effect.
should be 50,
It's
but that's
okay.
54, right?
Yeah, should be 54,
Oh, the
and I'll proc
damage.
the Oh, no, I've already used Core, so never mind.
Only 54 damage with this bolt of warding.
Yeah, only with an encounter power. No, don't worry about it. It's fine.
Right. Anything else before he does something? Oh man, this is going to be. I hope.
So I've just used my action point, so we'll just get rid of that. And there was something. So I've used all of my things, but just enemies. So guys, enemies ending their turn. If you're within 5 of me, enemies ending their turn adjacent to you take 5 lightning damage.
Oh, that's
So when
that's
you
nice counter.
strike into the creature, this cloud of these tiny parasites sort of flow away from it and let off this howling screech as a wave of psionic pain comes from it. And it is going to try to share the pain that it just suffered with everyone that is nearby. So the first attack is
No.
and the second attack with Griffle. 19 versus Drock's Will, which Drock's Will is not good, but I'm sure it's better than 19.
This is
Fortitude.
fortitude, Gary.
Fortitude.
Fortitude, sorry. I thought it was Will. But 29 versus Griffle's Fortitude, I think, is actually going to connect.
Yeah.
Okay, so you take half of the triggering damage.
Oh,
So it's 20, 27.
Yeah.
Wait. Hang on. On a hit, the target takes half the damage of the triggering attack. So how much was that? Sorry.
So you hit him for 54. So you take 27.
Uh-huh. Oh god.
He still takes the full 54. You just also take 27.
Okay, I'm bloodied. Where's the bloodied icon?
And then
It's still worth it.
my consciousness, does that get hit?
So consciousness has to be targeted by a melee or range attack, and this is a burst. So I can't target it. Right. That was a lot of stuff.
Sorry.
sick.
It was a good turn.
Good soup.
All right. This parasite, way over here. The unnumbered, unnamed, unknown. Well, I think that he would normally go into defensive seems fine. One of you's still has a lot of surges, so that's the best choice, and is injured. So let's go after Drock. 35 versus your AC. 23 points of damage, and he's going to eat one of your surges.
Perfect, he says.
You're now stagger 3 or stagger 4, stagger 2. I think that's it for him. He just moved in charge. Top of the round, Filibuster, you are up.
Fires of Judgment. Centered on Drock. Oh, wait. Rain of Blood. Centered on Drock.
And I assume you have something that makes you not provoke, because you're about
Nope.
to provoke a lot of attacks. Do you
That's
want to
okay. Oh, yes. I'll shift. I'm going to shift right here. Then I'll do that. I don't even know why. I never consider shift as a valid option. Because it's not. It's for dummies.
I mean, if you want to move and provoke the attacks, you can do that too. Just, move somewhere.
Rain of Blood. Are any of these giving bonuses right now? No.
Nothing is granting combat advantage currently. Not to you, at least.
Okay. That. 3. A 17 versus Fortitude, Parasite 2.
So I'm going to click this as a reminder. So, Griffle, when he bloodied you, you don't have an action point for him to steal, but he gained an action point. So that's going to be a 17 Fortitude, a crit, and a 17. I don't think 17 is either of them. Defenses, Fortitude, no. This one, defenses, Fortitude, no. All right, so a crit on the unnumbered Forerunner Parasite for... I don't see a crit in there.
I don't think it does crit damage. I think it just does it. Is that wrong? Does it?
If it's got an attack roll, it can crit.
Okay, I'll have to find that map.
Yeah. Rain of Blood definitely can crit.
Let me pull it up.
So it's going to be 2 more damage, so it gets you to 19. 19 plus the critical on Baneslayer.
Oh yeah, let me get the crit.
And I want to say Baneslayer crits harder on Aberrants, and these things are definitely
It crits a lot harder on Aberrants.
cool.
Let me pull this over real quick.
Baneslayer, Aberrants. Oh, 3d12.
Yeah.
So 3d12 plus 19. If you could check that as a die roll for me.
3d12 plus 19. 31 with a 1 roll.
All right. Excuse me.
Rain of
31 points of damage. It is very bloodied. And
action point, go.
Drock's at +3 to hit.
It's a burst 1, right?
He hit 3 enemies instead of hitting 2 allies.
Which I think is
Yeah,
wise.
that's legit.
I action pointed. I'm going to cast Fires of Judgment in the same spot. If I could find the button. There it is.
There's a bloodied ally in there, so maybe it'll roll extra damage.
Let's go. That is God damn it. 31 versus. Well, I guess 32 versus Reflex Parasite 2.
I don't know how it always does that. It's so 31 versus Parasite 2 is gonna hit, and the other two are going to
21 versus Reflex?
21 Reflex. So on the Cerebral Parasite, it is gonna be a hit.
Yes.
I think on the Forerunner Parasite, I'm almost positive it's gonna be a miss. Yeah, 18. Yeah.
No, it's a 19.
Parasite 2 is definitely hit for 20.
20, unfortunately.
32.
That's so unfortunate. And then you said 8. Are you sure 19? Will 19 not hit?
19 does not connect. Correct.
Yeah, so both
These
so
are
the
very
Parasite 2 and the Cerebral Parasite will take 20 points of damage. Fire damage.
They have both taken their 20 fire. They're not resistant or vulnerable.
I will cast Healing Word on Drock. Wait, I don't think I can actually.
Yeah.
I cannot.
Yeah,
I will cast Healing Word on not Griffle either.
Yeah.
I will cast Healing Word on myself.
I mean, you could save it, but
But there's like a big guy there. He's kind of scary. Nah, I'll just save it. I'll pass. I'm done.
Parasite 3 is somewhere. Where's this guy? Oh, he's over there behind the initiative tracker. All right. He is no longer dazed. Griffle just laid into his boss, so time to get a chewing. Move in charge, 29 AC, which I believe will connect for 16 points.
Yes, it will. Give me 30 seconds and I'll mark it.
No worries. When you get a chance, go ahead and drop a healing surge as well, as it is going to steal a healing surge with Gluttonous Impulse. That's it for that parasite. Devouring Parasite 2.
Good boy.
Devouring Parasite 2 is a good boy.
He believes it. I think Griffle is going to disagree with this if I actually get to take the turn that I want to. Let's see. Can he make it that far?
Good boy. Settle.
7. He can. He's going to move to there, I believe. That's how far I just checked. No. 1 down. Move to there. And then the creature kind of expands its chest, makes this strange croaking sound, and draws energy from Forerunner Parasite number 3, and is going to draw energy away from the Forerunner Parasite 3, and then he spits the vitality back out towards the Cerebral Parasite. So Parasite 3 loses a healing surge, and the Cerebral Parasite heals for 16 points of damage.
Sorry, was that on me or?
No, he
Okay,
the surge that he stole from you, or that Parasite 3 stole from you, Parasite 2 took that surge away from the other parasite and then gave it to the Cerebral Parasite.
Oh, okay. Well, that sucks.
And then he's going to charge.
He was, in fact, not a good boy.
As has previously been mentioned, 28 hit your AC, Filibuster.
28 versus my AC.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds like it hits.
Settle.
It does hit.
Yeah.
22 necrotic and weakened.
22 necrotic and weakened. I am weak. I'm already weak. Sorry, I'm fixing this stupid thingy.
Ooh, he is. Oh, he's not marked. He's quarried. Filibuster doesn't have that much health. Does not have that much vitality to consume.
If I'm bloodied, doesn't something happen?
I don't think so. I mean, unless you have a thing that triggers off bloodied.
I thought the enemies did.
No, when Griffle dumped like 100 points of damage into the parasite, the cerebral
I
parasite.
thought there was a hive mind thing. Okay,
No.
Go ahead.
Parasite is going to. Let's see, he was here. Move back. Go into some sort of crazy maze and then charge over towards Morin. He is concealment and is a total of -1 to hit. 25 hits your. Does 25 hit your AC, Morin?
Let me see quick. Yeah, that'll hit.
Right, 16 points. And then you got a parasite here. Oh, and then he's going to also when he does that, he's going to eat one of your healing surges. So please lose healing surge. This parasite already has a healing surge, so he feels like he can come up and chew on Filibuster. I guess in order to get there, he would have to provoke an attack. So Phil, you can take attack of opportunity if you so choose.
Okay, if an OA is separate from a reaction, right?
Correct. It's a opportunity action.
May as well. It's not even on my token, so let's pull up the sheet.
Or the journal. 20, and we can see if it matters. You just roll a d20, and we'll know really quickly whether we have to pay attention what your bonuses are.
5.
You might be talking to yourself because I don't see a roll.
Oh, okay. That's probably good then. It's still a 5.
Nice. We don't have to check. All right. So he's going to come over and he is going to try to finish off this problematic goblin creature. 21 AC, I don't believe is going to connect them.
I will miss, and I'll push a button I never push. Goblin tactics. I'm going to shift one up.
Yeah, well, not a lot of things miss you, so there's that. Morin, your turn.
Okay. So I'm going to curse Forerunner Parasite 4.
Is the guy in front of you cursed?
Yes, he is.
I can't see it.
I can't see it either, but when he moves away from me, and yeah, there it is. It's behind my health and surges.
Mhm.
And then I am going to. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to curse him. I'm going to use my Armor of Dark Majesty to curse the Cerebral Parasite instead. Sorry.
What are you doing? Sorry.
I'm not cursing Forerunner Parasite 4. I'm cursing the Cerebral Parasite with my Armor of Dark Majesty.
Okay.
And then I am. Yeah, I'm gonna cast Pain to Pleasure on the Cerebral Parasite. He's not granting combat advantage, right?
Correct.
Mm.
Did you make an attack, or is
Nope.
it going through the rolls? Cool.
Yeah, because I gotta do 2 rolls for each. So 29 and 20 versus reflex.
That's gonna be 2 connects.
Okay, so it's 28 damage.
Okay.
And I will regain 3 hit points.
Is that 28 with the? Is your curse in there?
No, it's not.
Okay.
And so then we proc the curse, and that's
Okay.
going to be an additional 8 psychic damage.
All right.
And then I'm gonna go ahead and action point.
Man, my daughter's trying to talk to your dog.
And I'm gonna cast Upsetting Onslaught.
This is action point upsetting onslaught.
Yes, it is. $27 versus Will.
27 will does connect. Sorry, my daughter's being very cute and very loud.
No worries. So that'll be an 11 to hit, and then it's dazed unless it wants to deal 9 damage to me or to itself.
Okay. It is not going to deal damage to itself at the moment.
Okay.
Anything?
Ba-ba. Yeah, that's it for me.
Parasite 5. You guys have not killed anything this encounter.
Oh, this sucks.
There's a lot of these guys. Yeah. Chewing this person. One of many sit in the back, just nobody noticed me.
That's because all of our area attacks are hitting different things. Like we're using a lot of area, but
So it's 1 to hit total, and doesn't matter. Parasite number 1. Big guy. He would like to chew on some stuff. All that stuff over there looks like it's always on fire. So,
Next level. Him missing me would matter.
all right. So he's going to do this. First thing, take the extra surge off of the Forerunner Parasite from Gluttonous Impulse, and then toss a heal onto the Cerebral Parasite for 16. And then he's going to go chew on somebody. Filibuster. Congratulations. $30 AC.
will hit for 13 damage. And I'm double weakened. Oh, wait, that's exactly my health.
Is indeed.
That's okay.
That's it for him. 1 minute, you're up.
Yeah. All right, so I'm just asking, how would you feel about being... So, Philly, you're down, correct?
Trying to stun me. You're also considering stunning Griffola?
Yes.
I would say that's probably it.
It's a blast, not a burst, for the record.
I mean, she can place it.
What does that mean?
A burst means it's 5 in every direction. A blast means that it's 5 in one direction.
Oh. But it's close blast 5.
So if you draw a 5x5, you can just place the square 1 away from you somewhere.
Yeah. So like, you know,
it's not outward from me. It's 5 in one direction from me.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
So like, if you did something like this, for example, you'd have to move your yourself 1 to move yourself 1 over, and that would hit Filibuster, but it would also hit 4 enemies.
Gotcha.
Or you could also do. Why is this not letting me move?
Okay. Hang on.
If you delay your turn 1 turn, Drock can in constant location away from where he is, and you can hit 3 creatures without affecting any teammates.
So a thought that I had is I could do Dimensional Scramble, and I could move those here.
Well, you had to hit him. But yeah,
But I could also dimensional scramble and move those here.
here's my suggestion.
Yeah.
You still delay your turn 1. Drock moves, then you dimensional scramble, then you stun.
So, for example, if your turn was move here, dimensional scramble, anyone that you hit from this,
Uh-huh.
you could stick into these squares.
Yep.
Like that, assuming that they all hit. And then you could do a blast 5 that would hit those 3 guys and also it would hit
2.
these things, these 5.
Yes.
That's the puppies and rainbows version of that action. But
Yes. That was what I was wanting to do.
all right,
I've got the puppies if you can bring the rainbows.
Oh, or you can, I guess, since you would be targeting not Drock in that case, you could just go ahead and do it.
Yeah.
attempt it again.
All right, let's do it. So I'm going to move 1 to my right. Oops, wrong tool. Moving 1 to my right. I am dimensional scramble, augment 2. Oh god, that's so bad.
Do believe that is going to be 2 misses and a hit.
Okay.
So
So
60 points.
Let's move this. So it's this guy that hits. Let's move him here, I guess. Let me try.
Okay.
5. Okay.
Yeah, so you can now hit 3.
3. All right. So wait, so does the square has to touch me, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And would there be a consequence to stunning Philly while he is essentially
I mean,
unconscious?
he wouldn't get over the being stunned part.
I wouldn't get to get up.
Oh, okay.
Like if he got out of being unconscious, he wouldn't then still have to deal with the stun.
I see.
But like you could have, for example, if you did that thing, you could have teleported the parasite because it was here, right? You could have teleported it there, and then done the blast to hit those 4, but you won't hit the cerebral parasite that way.
Right. All right. Let's go with the original plan. So I will do Mind Blast.
Yes. Excellent.
Sorry, I had to blow up my nose. 3 solid hits.
Cool.
Oh man, I'm also gonna go take some more sinus medicine. Sinus headache's killing me. All right, does no damage, right? Just stunned.
Yep.
But stunned is pretty rough. So that's petrified. We're stunned. After petrified, obviously stunned. There it is. They get no actions.
And that was my action point.
Yep.
Good turn.
Thanks.
Which is good because he has an action point and 2 power points that he could have spent on fucking people up.
Yeah.
Drock, it is your turn. You feel this close to the kind of shimmering weapon it drawing at you. You have to be adjacent. So in or adjacent to that square. So minor action, you go. It's going to take a minor action to do it. Does your character have superior will? I don't know everyone's character.
It's a feat. You would know if you had it, I think.
Okay. So to be clear, if you go to grab the weapon, you're currently dazed, so it's going to be your only action for the turn is grabbing the weapon. So the only thing you normally have that gets out of these things that I'm aware of is you can, but they're at the end of your turn, at the beginning. And I think all of your other stuff is like re-rolling saves, like your phylactery of action and things like that. I don't think you have anything that can help you not be dazed right now. So the thing that I'm making sure is clear is that you're aware that if you do grab the weapon, that is going to be your sole action for the turn. Unless your action point, correct. So minor action, you see this thing and you go to grab it. 1 second. Can everyone toss me a 1 in chat? Because I know people don't always key in quite as much on other people's turns. And I don't know if Foxy might be playing with the dog.
I'm
taking the
outside,
dog out.
but I'm listening. I'm still here.
Okay, cool. So, Drock, you grab hold of the thing, which looks sort of like a short staff in the air, and you get this pulse of energy. And it goes, kind of radiates up your arm and into your chest. And then you feel it sort of cycle through your body and then go back out your arm and through your hand into the weapon. And it leaves you feeling slightly drained. You get this feeling of incompatibility, of rejection from the weapon. And then the weapon changes. The staff grows longer. It turns into a full-length staff. And you see as the dark wood twists around your hand, an arm guard forms with a woman's face on it. And as the staff spirals out, you see on the top and bottom of the staff 2 other women's faces. That pulse happens again, goes from the weapon through your body again, and it resonates wrong. It feels discordant, like a song in the wrong key, and it echoes back out of your body and back through the weapon. The ends of the weapon twist and bend and bow, and you see the staff change, and little bits of silver light reach from the top and bottom as it strings itself into a great bow. That pulse goes through your body. And again, projection, the wrong feeling, the wrong sense of something. Something does not line up between you and the weapon. The weapon twists again and shrinks. The single line of the bow then radiates and starts to kind of fold, sewing itself into the kind of crook of the wood again and again and again until the many strings of a harp are held in your hand. Again, the weapon pulses and it rejects you, or you it, or something. Something is wrong. Something is incompatible, and the notes from the harp are once again discordant. The weapon then twists in your hand and forms into 3 blades, a long sword and 2 short swords. You feel your hand bulge slightly as the hilt of all 3 weapons is in your hand, and you see in the faces, in the blades of the 3 weapons, a young woman's face, an older woman's face, and a grandmotherly face. And then the weapon pulses once again, still this feeling of rejection, of discordance, and you see the blades sort of break apart into these long strands, these vines of silver, and the 3 hilts of the 3 swords solidify into a short, heavy staff of dark wood that, for the first time, has weight. You get this sensation of something that kind of pulls you down for a moment, of sort of the what has been before, this sort of weightless, sort of ephemeral thing changes to become solidified, and you see the cap of the hand of the little short staff that you're holding glisten with that silverly light, and 3 twin things appear from the top of it, spiraling downward as these silver vines twirl one in on the other, knitting themselves into 3 long braids. At the end of each of the braids, you see them lash together and then form out to show a rapidly blossoming rose. And once the rose blossoms to full, you see, rather than there being a rose inside, there's petals, but there's the faces of a lady, a mother, and a crone. The weapon then feels something inside of you like hums, some sort of connection between the weapon and yourself as it aligns itself to you, and the weight of the flail jangles in your hand. You feel the weight of the weapon, and you hear these 3 distinct laughters: a young woman's giggle, an older woman's hearty belly laugh, and then a grandmotherly whispered chuckle as the weapon fills you with power and purpose. If you are below maximum hit points, you are restored to your maximum hit points. If you have any conditions on you, you no longer have those conditions on you. So it will remove staggered. It will not remove. It will remove daze. It will not remove staggered, because staggered is not a condition. It's an effect. All right. And unlike any of the weapons you guys have encountered so far, Triptychos doesn't hide itself. It wants you to know what it is. It wants you to know the power that can be gained if only you would serve. So it's not hidden at all. It shows you, it dangles the next prize ahead of you. If only you will better serve Summer, you will know more. So everyone can read Triptychos.
+3. He can finally hit attacks. God bless. No, +3 is the attack roll.
Yeah, so you'll add +1 to hit and damage.
Wow, it's almost like Gary spent a lot of time making this for you. Healing surge bonus.
This wasn't really, I mean, it's not really made for Dronk. It's just one of the weapons in the campaign. +3 to hit. Someone gave you a +3 bonus to attack rolls.
That's Rain of Blood until my next turn.
Yeah. Yeah, you're no longer dazed. So you have your move and your minor. Or sorry, your move and your standard.
Mhm.
So you can action point after a charge. Which you can't use because you've already used. Well, one, Vanguard weapon is a weapon that you would have to then put down the weapon you just picked up in order to use your Vanguard. And you did also use it in the other combat and missed and was sad. $37 to hit.
Working already.
Oh my god, the weapon has changed the game.
So the weapon does give you an extra 3 points of damage, basically, just in general. So you do 3 extra fire damage from the weapon. So total of 16 points of damage. Correct. Sounds good.
Oh, there's some cool stuff on this weapon.
36 to hit works. And I assume you need to add the +4 again to damage. 18. Combat advantage to allies. He's granting all of the types of combat advantage.
Gary,
Okay.
I think the accordance, is that what it's called? The concordance values are out of order.
Concordance values are out of order?
I think they're reversed.
What do you mean? Do you mean
yeah, 'cause
iconic first?
You did normal 5 through 11 last on the list, and iconic is first.
Yes,
And-
that is how artifacts are written.
Oh,
The reason you guys have them differently is because you don't get to learn what they do until you get there. But
Yeah.
the way that artifacts are normally written in 4th edition, it puts the highest tier first.
Oh, so at the bottom, that's the full entry. I see.
Yeah, the very bottom is the full entry, what it looks like if it has everything.
Got it.
Super Parasite is stun save ends. He does not have any way to get out of that. Pretty certain.
Really saves.
So he will attempt to get out of the daze first.
Thank
He's not-
God.
He will then attempt to get out of the stun.
Thank God. Fuck that guy.
Fuck that guy.
Yeah,
So-
that's the turn. What's up? Are you not willing to dazes and save ends?
What was that?
What were you going to say?
So I dazed. Did one daze the target as well?
No.
And
Stunned
stunned
it.
the target.
Okay, so it just says that it can negate it by using a free action to deal damage to itself. It doesn't say it saves end. on
Great.
My days.
He has a power. His overflowing will allows him to save. So just click the trait so you can see it again.
Okay.
Basically, what he was going to do is he was going to try to overflowing will, and if it didn't work, he was then going to take the damage.
I see.
He's a smart cookie.
Since he's stunned, doesn't matter. And Drak, I would say the one part of your weapon to read is the off-turn action that you have.
It's the free action that gives you +4 to defense.
Yep. I mean, the others are all useful, but all right. Parasite numero dos. Well,
Oh, there's also an attack.
you make a saving throw, sir. Did you make a saving throw against your stagger at the end of your turn? Please do so, because it's going to change what I attack. Cool.
Oh my god, this weapon has literally empowered you.
Flavor.
Gonna go attack Ripple. Yes. So it doesn't have a reason to attack something healthy, so it's going to attempt to attack Ripple. Drock, do you want to do anything about it?
Sorry.
This is this guy. You are going to provoke at least one. Well, no, you won't because he's dead. He's stunned. But this guy is attacking. All right. So swing at Griffle. Griffle, 18 is going to miss you. Griffle, it is your turn.
All right, you're going to have to give me like 30 seconds. I'm just getting Puppy settled.
All good.
He is not taking super well to it, though. Hang on. Do you want to just skip me for a sec? Bump me down a couple of turns.
Sure.
I'm having a hard time getting him settled down.
This parasite is also stunned. So he does not have a bonus. But he rolls an 18, so he's not behind it.
That's unfortunate.
Phil, you're up.
I will use this thingy. Bang.
Turn.
I have. Wait, do I have a healing surge? I do. Thank God. That's is it 14? Wait, what's the value? Healing surge value is 14.
As a note, you will need to keep track of the shallow grave bonus because there are things in this combat that do necrotic.
Yes.
Here you go.
And
Yeah.
oh,
Good
they don't do
job.
radiant, of course.
You take that one.
Oh, I also stand up, so that's good.
Good boy.
And then I also shift. I will shift away from these nerds. Right. Oh, that guy's stunned. Let's shift there.
Me too.
Who will the cerebral parasite get covered
Boy.
if I try to shoot him?
Will the cerebral parasite? No, he will not.
Okay. Why does he not get covered?
Because he's bigger than the thing that's between you, and he's not directly behind the other thing.
Okay, and at what point does weakened go away?
Your weekend thing was save ends, so whenever you save to get out of it.
Was I hit after my last turn or before my last turn?
You were hit after your last turn because that's what knocked you out.
That's dumb. Okay. I thought I was ready. How? Apologize.
Well, hey, if you need a minute, Griffel's back and ready to go.
Yeah, Griffle should take
Go, Griffle.
their turn.
Cool. Can you guys hear me?
I can't.
Excellent. So as miner, I'm gonna heal myself because I'm not doing super hot. So 20 health. That's pretty good. Minus a surge. And oh, what is this status effect on me? Did I
Staggered.
miss something? Staggered.
staggered.
Right. Okay. Yeah. I would then like to. Yeah. Oh, puppy, you need to settle down, buddy. He's not happy. I'm gonna ruffling sting.
I'm assuming the +2 bonus to attack and damage goes on the cerebral.
Indeed.
Cool.
I don't. Oh, hang on. The next. Until the end of your next turn, you get a +2 bonus to attack and roll. Okay, yeah. So ruffling sting. I just wasn't sure if it was on the next attack or. But
Nope.
so
all right.
+2, and then 4 on the damage. Oh no, 2 on the damage. Sorry.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
4 to hit, 2 to damage.
Wait, 4 to
definitely
hit.
Yeah. So 2 from healing
Oh, just-
yourself, and then 2 from the torch.
2 from healing. Yeah. Okay. So 16 damage. I will hold off on the quarry proc for this one, so no
Okay.
additional damage, and then I'm going to just make my righteous brand.
Oh, Wretched Brand? Okay.
So
Okay, no.
that will be
Break coming.
2, 4. That'll be a 6 on the target gains +2 take 2. Yeah, it'll be a 6 on the attack roll and still just a 2 on the damage, I think.
I mean, it was already a 6, but yeah. He's very stunned. So he's not going to do that.
Cool.
28. And do you want to go ahead and toss the quarry on it now?
Yep. Toss the what? Sorry.
The quarry damage?
Yes, yeah, I'll toss the quarry damage out. Take the 3.
19 points of damage.
Cool. And I'll give Drock the power bonus to attack rolls. And that's me done.
All right. Billy. do your
Sorry,
thing.
Pup's having like a panic attack, so I'm just gonna
Okay.
go seal him down.
Okay, let's assume I armored, I shifted, and now I will attack. So not much to do, so let's cast. Oh, actually. Will this one get cover from the big guy?
Yes.
That's unfortunate. Oh, but he's still got the +5 to damage, so actually I'm still gonna attack him. So I will attack the Cerebral Parasite, the Forerunner Parasite Unnumbered, and Forerunner Parasite 2. Is that the same thing as Forerunner Parasite 1, I guess? No, it's not. So Unnumbered.
I forgot he was in the combat, so I didn't know.
Or I guess 0, 2, and Cerebral.
These two.
For
These 3.
Hand of Radiance. Yes.
So 1, 2, 3 targets.
I did already shift. I took half my turn before Griffle. And stun does give me combat advantage.
So -2, +2, normal. For your 3 attack bonuses.
27 versus Reef. That's a very good roll.
That's 3 solid hits. So 8 damage, 6 damage, and 5 damage. Looks like.
I don't know if that a +1 to damage on the last one will change anything. Does that make it 6?
What's
I forgot to add the ankle biter to the last one.
I'm sorry. So you forgot to write ankle biter in all of them?
No, just the last one. I don't know if that makes it 6 or not.
It doesn't. You round down.
Okay.
So
And then that is radiant damage. Does that make a difference?
it does not. These guys.
Ooh.
8, 6, and 5.
And for my minor action.
Bloodied. Oh, hang on. The other guy had the vulnerable, so it should have been 21. Should have been 10. So it needs to be.
No. I added the 5 extra damage on the
You
first
did?
guy.
Yeah.
And then I will cast. I mean, I can't use Healing Word on myself, really. It doesn't do anything. Well, it kind of does, but not really. Healing Word on Griffle. It's one of the best rolls I've ever had on that.
In order for Healing Word to do stuff, you're going to have to kill one of the parasites that has your surges.
Yeah, that would be nice if we could kill anything.
This one.
Oh, and then I'll roll a saving throw. I have 2 saving throws, right?
Versus yes.
I'll do it left to right. I'll do it left to right. So weakened is second. I save against both.
Cool. Take the swoof off. All right. Parasite number 3. Griffle, did you make a save against your stagger?
Oh, no, I didn't. I will do so. It's a nope.
He doesn't have a surge, but neither do you. Drock's there. So he's going to shift back to here and then charge Drock. Drock still has a surge. 19 AC is going to miss. Dragon Parasite takes its turn being stunned. And is still stunned.
Good.
Parasite number 1 really
We
likes
considered killing something. Team.
Yeah, let's do the whole swinging at Morin thing. That could eventually work. 21 AC against Morin.
Miss.
Not today. All right, this guy. He has a surge and Filibuster is wounded, so can't get combat advantage anyway. That's fine. So he'll slither, charge. Miss horribly. Morin, you're up.
Okay. Let's see what I
Something.
have available. Oh, actually. Yeah, why not? Okay. So I'm going to shift to here. And then curse the unnumbered or devouring parasite 1. Yeah, thank you. And then I'm going to attack it with the Curse of the Bloody Fangs.
Sounds good. He hasn't taken much. He hasn't taken any damage yet, so you need to include him in the fun.
Yeah, exactly. And I get Prime Shot against him, which is big.
Do you get Prime Shot? Is it tie?
Yeah.
Does tie work for Prime Shot?
Ties
Oh,
do work for Prime Shot.
Nice.
And don't have Dark Reaping.
I don't want to tell you shouldn't do this, but you probably shouldn't do this.
17 V Reflex.
17 reflex is not going to connect.
What does Bloody Fangs do, Morin?
I can make him attack his allies.
So
Is it worth re-rolling?
Well,
Well, I guess it's a miss. You still get it. So never mind. I don't need you to reroll.
Does the effect still happen even if I miss?
Yep.
Okay. So yeah,
Because
I
we were
know.
splitting our damage like mad.
yes,
We have killed
You're
nothing.
So it'll be 22 and a half, 11 damage, and he will have the Curse of the Bloody Fangs.
You cannot get curse damage on him.
Oh, and a miss?
You have to hit to get curse damage.
Oh, right. Okay. Okay. So 9 damage, and he is subjected to the Curse of the Bloody Fang.
And I don't have a token for Warlock bullshit, so I'm gonna use Petrified.
And then, I mean, I might as well. I'll action point.
Didn't you action point earlier? Or no.
I action pointed last round.
Gary, can he action
You
point?
can't action point more than once a fight, though.
You can't?
No, cannot. There was one situation where we were allowed to, and that was only in the temple where we got temporary action points.
Okay. I don't know how to put that back into my deck.
Right click on it and go take card.
Perfect, thanks. Okay, that's it.
Parasite 5.
Please,
Please,
God,
we can get more in here. Move, charge, 3 to hit. 23 AC. Getting closer, I think.
Yes, that will hit.
20 points of damage, and he's going to eat one of your surges.
Okay.
one of many is literally sitting in the back twiddling her thumbs.
Oh, actually, yeah, one of many. Can you take that damage for me?
Can something notice me?
So if you take that damage, you will have a +2 to attack and a +5 to damage until the end of my next turn.
Actually, that's really good. Actually, you should.
That's called burying the lead.
So you take 20 damage. I still lose my healing surge.
Correct. You still lose a surge.
Oops. I hit the wrong button. There we go.
Yeah, I don't recommend losing 3 surges instead.
Yeah, well, you also recommended me not attacking that target.
And you missed. See? Look at that.
Wait, so I get 2 to hit and I get 5 to damage?
That's right. until the end of my next turn.
Okay. Do we have an icon for D? We do.
Yes, it's
Found
the
it.
here, grenade.
They're in alphabetical order.
I know, right? All right.
Oh, and I had a stagger. That's what that radioactive icon means, right?
Yes.
Okay, so let me roll a save real quick. Boom.
Parasite. He is subjected to bloody fangs. He doesn't know what that does. So would like to eat you to make sure he doesn't have to learn. Learning is painful. The damage is wrong, should be 2 less, but 32 to hit your AC, I believe, is going to connect.
Yep. So 14.
14 necrotic and weakened save ends.
Please kill something. Please, God.
I'm gonna try.
Just one thing.
One of many. You are up.
Okay. I gonna try. Okay, so the most bloodied things are up near Drock. So I am going to, I guess, do Dimensional Scramble because that is LIC. Okay, here we go. Oh wait.
Looking like a 17 versus the boss, unfortunately.
Wait 1 second. Well, no. That's okay.
Were you thinking about using your reroll?
Yeah, that's okay. Drock's going next. He's gonna blast it.
Yeah, this does not do that much damage, regardless.
23 is a lot of damage.
I was like, 23 is pretty solid. And with your plus to damage.
Does your reroll just make it?
It's just
reroll
one roll. Yeah, it's one.
Ah.
I want Drock to get the fucking glory.
So, so only the first one hits?
Yes. 1
Versus
sec.
fortitude. All of those include +2. Yeah,
Yeah.
they do. Okay. F.
So that guy's dead.
Oh, that's good.
We did it.
Well, that's my turn.
Fight's over.
You gain a healing surge.
Oh, that's nice.
Anything else?
Nope. That's it.
Drock, you're up.
Drock, do you have an AoE?
You've been hyped up here as being someone who's gonna, kill things. So, do that. I don't know what power you're using, but if it's a burst attack, it's not gonna get the bonus to hit.
You do get the +2 versus the cerebral parasite, however.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh.
You get.
It is a burst, yes. So I just need 3. I don't need the whole thing twice. I just need 3 attack rolls.
It's a 24. And that's a hit.
Again, I gave you the wordings on this a long time ago. Yes, the other two would not. And 21 to this guy. He is now bloodied. And for the
It's not
cerebral,
dead?
you get the words, describe your kill. What does it look like as Drock whirls his weapon around and strikes down the cerebral parasite? Is dead.
Wait, I still have a ways to go.
Still have a bit of a combat left. Drock, that was your standard action. Do you have a move or a minor you would like to use? He is bloody, but that's it. Has to be opposite. So you have to make the appropriate conga line. All right. Griffle, you're up. Hey, you got flanking. And you're nearly full health.
Shit, sorry, I'm muted. Yes, nice. Let's take advantage of it. So I am just gonna like slap a quarry on it and then slap an MBA. Unless actually, Drock, are you like still benefiting from the bonuses that Righteous Brand is granting? Like, do you want those, or should I twin strike? No. So it grants you the bonuses for your next attack, or until the end of my next turn. I'm gonna twin strike it. So I have flanking. So got 2. Ba-bam! So, ooh,
Nice.
28 and a 20. The 20 might not hit. In fact, I think it doesn't.
The 20 is did you include combat advantage? It looks like you did.
I did, yeah.
Wow, that is masterful damage. So you did 1 point of quarry damage, and you popped once, right?
Yes.
So 14
4.
damage?
So 5, 6.
Isn't that 14 damage
Yep.
overall?
So you don't. The second attack misses, but because he collapsed to the ground and died during the first attack.
Yes.
Nice.
You regain a healing surge.
Awesome. Oh, cool. Neat. 1. And I guess that frees me up to like move over here in preparation for. Yeah, and that's my turn.
And Drock, did you add a surge back? Please do. Phil, you're up.
I will shift here. Bang. I will check to make sure I'm not. Oh. He's got cover, doesn't he? Or maybe not. Cover?
He does have partial cover.
Ah, you fucking turd. Okay. I'm gonna hit. Wait a second. I changed my mind. I'm going to use Silent Malediction. Targeting those 3 squares next to me. The 3x3 next to me. Good?
So you're hitting.
I'm hitting Parasite 1, Parasite 4, and Parasite 5. Yeah.
Okay. These
That
guys.
should be good. And missing Morin, of course.
Thank you.
Even though I'm a sworn enemy of him.
I give you a very bloody thumbs up.
I need more attack rolls. Where is it? This one. That is a 19 verse Fortitude against Parasite 1.
All right. So a 19 Fortitude misses, and then it's a 19 Fortitude again on Parasite 4.
Correct.
Also misses, and
And
28.
that's 198.
28 very much hits. And does this half damage? There it is. All right.
Stunned on a hit, dazed on a miss.
Sorry, my daughter's being very loud again. 21 damage. That guy. 10 to this guy. 10 to this guy. Again, this is the point at which I would normally call the combat, but there's so many things still left alive that things could still go really bad.
I don't think I have a minor action that is reasonable. So that's my turn.
Obviously, the answer is to mark everybody.
Oh, wait, I want to do that, actually. I've been trying to do that. I've been forgetting to do that all game.
Are you really?
I'm doing it.
Okay.
Bang. Mark them all.
Very much not the right button, but I do know what you mean.
Oh. It's right next to
I
it.
was like,
they're both marked as Baneslayer.
All right. This one.
that is a really good encounter.
Especially if you're a paladin, which I am not.
Yeah. It's extremely good for the defendery type character that Filibuster is. Sorry. Trying to see if the tiny human is going to just scream her way through her bottle. And the answer apparently is yes. So Parasite 2 takes its turn being stunned. And it is no longer stunned. At the end of its turn. Parasite 1 down here. I still got a thing. Morin's there. Morin's bloodied. Sure. Swing at Morin.
9 damage.
Nope.
21. He takes 9 damage. Hang on.
9 radiant damage.
He was marked. Hang on. So he's going to provoke an attack of opportunity from Morin.
Oh, thank God.
He would not have done that. He's still going to keep the same roll, so it's going to be 21 to AC on Filibuster, but...
So, I don't have a melee basic attack button, because at one point in my life, I thought I would never make a melee basic attack against anything.
I'm not trying hard enough.
But
11 seems pretty good.
It's an 11 plus my strength modifier, is that right?
Yeah, so
my modifier is -1.
Yeah, so no. I mean, unless you pick up something that helps replace your basic attack with something else, which a lot of people don't, your melee basic is going to be garbage as any form of caster.
Actually, it's +2, so it's 13 to AC.
Woo-woo! Yeah.
I should have gotten Eldritch Strike.
Yeah, I saved you.
You
I'm
did.
your defender.
And I tried to save you.
This guy is marked and dazed. Interesting.
And he can't charge.
He can't charge. I mean, he can. He just can't charge what he wants to. Everything he can charge looks like it's too healthy. So I guess he's going to make a range attack. So he's going
Can't
to
do
warp at Filibuster.
So I'm gonna
That's a miss.
nice.
Morin's going to do something.
Nope, Nemorin is not gonna do anything.
Warren's just gonna sit here.
No.
Well, Morin, it's your
I can-
turn. So
I can only make one attack of opportunity per round, right?
Got a little burst spell.
4 was the one that was doing it, not 5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no, I have reached 3.
Oh, fair. You don't have threatening reach. So
Oh, that's different. Okay.
yeah, threatening
Good
reach
to
and reach are different.
Okay, so I am going to
Any of them burst spells, brother?
yes I do. So I'm gonna shift 1 to here. I'm going to then curse Parasite Forerunner Parasite number 5. Although didn't I already have that cursed?
Nope. You had 1 and he went away.
Yeah. Okay. So Parasite 5, Forerunner Parasite 5 is gonna be cursed.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I'm gonna stay right where I'm not actually gonna shift. Sorry. For my move action, I'm gonna convert to a minor, and I'm gonna have Devouring Parasite number 1 do 4 points of damage to itself. Forerunner Parasite number 5 and Forerunner Parasite number 4.
Okay. Repeat that for me.
Sure.
Curse Bloody Fangs.
Yep, it procs and does 4 damage to Devouring Parasite number 1, Forerunner Parasite number 4, and Forerunner Parasite number 5.
Also, you're right, Filibuster does. So these 3 things all take 4 damage. Got it.
That guy, and that guy. So Parasite 1 and everything that he's next to.
Yep.
And then I'm going to cast Shadow Tentacles at Forerunner Parasite 4, Devouring Parasite 1, Forerunner Parasite 1, and Forerunner Parasite 5. It's going to be set
You have
here.
the ability to draw boxes.
I know, but it's going to take so much more time than just telling you which ones I'm targeting.
Yeah, totally.
Many syllables.
There we go. Oh my
I blame Gary for making a 6-syllable enemy on every single one of these characters.
God. All right, Shadow Tentacles, 4 targets. Let's see.
I don't know why anyone thinks that Morin's a problem. He's just, casting his tentacles out and people with fangs. Like,
I'm pretty sure that tentacles are not associated with anything bad in this world. Okay, so
Yeah.
Devouring Parasite number 1 is first.
Yep.
I do have Prime Shot on Devouring Parasite number 4, and they're also dazed. I don't have Prime Shot on Parasite number 1. They are not granting combat advantage.
correct.
I do have Prime Shot on 5, and I can't see the...
He's stunned. So
He's done. Cool. Alright, so we have 2 rolls that don't matter. That's very
Nice.
wrong.
Nice attacks. Well, there's a 7 and a 1.
So the 1 is going to miss on the
Yeah.
4 Parasite 4.
So this 7, 11,
Yep.
15 plus 9, 24, 25. Visha's reflex on Devouring Parasite 1, 25.
So hang on, this is plus 12, right? So 19 on Parasite 1?
It's not plus
19 plus 2 is
12.
21?
I think it's 10, 14.
I'm just looking at the crit. The crit is a 20, so right? Because 20 minus 32 minus 20 is 12.
Oh, yeah. I see what you're saying. I'll have to look at that macro.
Did you put in a -1 when you were putting in your numbers?
Yeah.
There's it looks like you did that.
He has
Like
the
a
macro incorrectly built for bonuses, but we can fix that.
Yep.
It's not. It's a very easy fix.
Yes, it is.
So
I know exactly what the problem is just looking at the numbers.
Yeah.
So 19 versus reflex.
19, and that's gonna be 21 because of you did have bonuses on that guy. So
Yes.
21 reflex is a miss, right?
Okay.
And then that's a miss,
next
and then that one's a crit. He's very dead.
Yep.
1 second.
And then a 12 plus a 24, 26 to reflex.
So I added a healing surge back to you because over there, and then the other one is 26 reflex, right?
Yes.
That sounds correct. So that's a hit for 19.
19. And all the targets are slowed.
Bloody and slowed. The one dude got hit for. Oh, also your critical is very confusing, but it's fine. One dude got hit for like more than his maximum health. You did hit something that was cursed there. Did you want to do cursed damage to somebody?
Let's see,
You
because
picked
I only hit
either- Oh, you only hit this guy. So
hit
you'd
that
have-
guy, yeah. And he is cursed, so
I mean, technically, you hit the one that exploded, but
I get to choose after though. So I
Yeah.
would have chosen this one.
yeah, you chose the one that lived until it was cursed.
Yep. 5 psychic damage.
All right, and I added the 2 surges you gained back onto your search pool.
All right. Good, because I'm gonna need those.
You're running
Share with your teammates.
Everybody's like, "Ugh, why does Mord have so many healing surges?" And then I lose like 4 in a battle, and then I get them all back.
Anything else for more?
That is gonna do it. That was a move, a minor, and a standard.
Excellent.
In that order. You still have more than my maximum.
So I think this guy's going to take his turn and then probably call the combat because you guys have killed like 6 things in the past round. Or we'll probably, I would say we get to the end of the round, but this is the last monster taking its turn.
We're taking 4 player actions.
Yeah.
I hope we can kill.
Yes.
Yes.
So the idea is that you do finish killing them. Like narratively, y'all are not going to stop because they're hurt. Like you're going to finish them off. The thing is that for the purposes of it being a game, there's no reason to play it out. Like you guys have such the upper hand that we just sort of narrate the fact that you're going to finish killing them off.
Does Drac get concordance for killing does he have to do the killing blow, I guess is probably the question.
No.
Okay.
And it's not on there, but all of the concordances that gain from slaying things or like stuff like that does have a max, so it's max once a day.
Mine's 2 per day.
Is yours 2 per day?
Yeah, but it's only +1.
Yeah, so it's 2 concordance per day, and his is 2. Yeah,
But I'm
We get it.
soft capped because Gary hates me.
Baneslayer hates
It's
you.
not Gary. Yeah, it's Baneslayer, not Gary.
All right. So he's going to take his final turn to try to strike down at Morin to maybe make Morin spend some of those healing surges that he ate. Oh no,
No.
I already did the attack, and it was 30 for 16.
Oh yeah, that'll.
All right, and then you guys can finish them off. So let's take a short rest, both in and out of game.
Oh, should we cast a nice little ritual to give everyone some healing surges?
I don't know if
let's
anyone
see.
has one.
Hey, one Drock and Griffle, if you would roll me just a flat d20.
Okay.
I thought that was Droxroll, and I was about to be so proud.
Oh my god, I'm so sad.
Didn't roll the lowest. So, one a mini healing surge, please.
Okay.
That's okay because you're giving it to me. Or we
Right.
could have used that one as our one for the ritual. Theoretically.
I have 4, but I need to heal.
I have 5, and I need to heal.
1 or 2.
1.
Do we?
Break until 50.
Is there a thing where we get extra hit points if we spend a surge? We cleric-y folks. Is that a thing?
We have the
That's not a real. That's not a
apricots, but
cleric-y thing.
Bardy thing? Nobody has that?
do we have a bard?
No.
We used to have a bard.
I'm technically a bard.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Weird. What do
Yeah.
you play?
I asked Gary to provide me with primordial poetry, and I have yet to receive anything. Although we did get that book of erotic poetry from that guy at the
Yes.
flotilla, so maybe
Study
Gary did deliver.
I want to read Gary's interpretation of erotic. And he can't use Chat GPT because it's restricted, so I know it's from handwritten.
Mm-hmm. Be right back.
Yeah, be right back as well.
Okay, BRB.
Sure. But it also counts for your first turn as well. Mm-hmm. So you get 3 extra movement until the end of your first turn, which also matters for things like Lightning Rush, because I think Lightning Rushes move your speed.
I'm back.
Yeah. But you can move further and move like kind of like you did in this combat, where you can move around and behind someone. To give you more options. Morin, are you back? I think we're waiting on Morin. I think I heard 1 minute just a second ago.
Yep, I'm here. I'm crunching, so I'll mute.
Oh. What I do is I make a new attribute called Summer or Summer Damage, and then I just set the attribute to 3 and then do like the plus at bracket Summer, copy that and then just paste it into every macro. Yes, everything's also fire. Oh, okay. Yeah, it works. Morin, are you back?
Quit asking him, Gary. He's heating up his tendies.
Heating up his tendies?
Don't get between a man and his tendies.
Is that what he said he's going to do?
No.
Wait. Have you seen the new trading post in WoW?
Oh, there's have you seen the add-on that turns the The currency into Tindies, yes, beautiful.
It doesn't just change it in the currency name tab though. It changes it like all in all the quest text. So like you go
Yeah.
talk to the person and it's like, hey, here's some thanks for your trouble. Here's some tendies or something. It's
Yeah.
so good.
Genius.
All right, people are back. So everybody's taken their rests, done their thing. Doo-doo.
Wait, did we reconfigure our surges? I'm looking at what Philly wrote, and I would still be at 3. So do whatever you want.
Three. And Griffle goes up 2.
Yeah. So that will expend the rest of my healing surges to heal me after that, and that's fine. Okay. It does, yeah. So that gives Philly how many? Mm-hmm. And then I use 3 on myself. Okay. Perfect. Thanks.
All right, sounds good. So once the creatures are destroyed, the sort of serene illusion goes back to being daytime, goes back to being the bright spring day. What do you guys want to do from here?
Is this it?
Is what?
How far can I see? Can we?
So looking around, it looks like you can see way off in the distance. You can get the sun shining overhead. Although if you go to the edge of basically the edge of the map, it's actually slightly further out than the map, but about 10 feet past the map, you're going to get to a spot that is like the scenery is painted on. So this room is actually pretty huge, but it's definitely not outdoors. There's an illusion that's here that makes it seem like a bright, spring day. Is there anything in particular you guys wanted to do or look at or do anything with here?
I want to check out the statue.
Yep. Same.
So looking at the statue, even from a distance, you can recognize what Clotho looks like. Even though the statue doesn't look like your Clotho, the Clotho that you guys know is sort of the base of her is a Goliath. So she has this sort of larger than life physique and has this sort of like Amazonian build. The statue, however, has a much more willowy build. It looks like the base is more of an Eladrin, but there's certain features and there's certain feel about it that makes you know that this is Clotho. So there's no doubt looking at it that that's what that is. Drock, would you also go look at the statue? So as Drock walks over this symbol here, draw my attention here. Drock, you can see there's like little lines and indentations in the ground that open up, and you can hear a clicking sound from that little circle that stops and refills when you pass it. Yep. So you walk past it, and you can see what looks like little indentations in the stone depress into the stone slightly, and you hear a clicking sound, and then as you finish walking past it, the depressions refill, and then the clicking stops. So the things depress down, you see all of these little pieces of stone go into the ground and swivel and move until it opens up, and there's a spiral staircase leading down.
What?
Like Shaolin Showdown. Okay, I'm not allowing you to make me leave. We're going. No, I want to go down. We're not leaving the room until we explore.
Oh.
What about the other 2 rooms?
So this was are we in the door that Drock opened or the one that One and Filibuster opened?
Drock opened.
Okay. Because I just kind of wonder if this statue is going to look different.
So
If we have-
are you walking around? Look, you're saying you don't want to leave this room right here until you explore stuff? Michael?
Say again?
Are you saying you don't want to leave this room to go down the stairs and you're going to keep exploring
No.
right up here, or you don't want to?
I'm ready to go down the stairs. I don't think there's any.
Okay. Does anyone else have something they want to do prior to going down the stairs?
I just have one question. Can we sort of like deduce the nature of why the room was day and then night? Like, did that seem like something that the parasites were doing, or
So
I thought that it changed when he faced us.
correct.
Or it faced us.
So whenever the parasite was not looking in the direction of where the staff was, it was a staff originally where Triptychos was, it showed this daytime. When it looked away, when it drew its attention away from Triptychos and looked at you, then the staff was there. And then when Drock went to go and grab the staff, it came into being. And then as soon as you grab the staff, the sort of all the lights went off for a second. And then once the things were dead, all the lights came back up. I would say that from the way that it looks, because again, this would be something to be easier for your characters who are experiencing this than it is for me to properly explain it to people who aren't there. It seemed like some sort of defensive mechanism, or maybe some sort of warding or something on the staff, because where the cerebral was, it was standing basically right where the staff was supposed to be and looking directly where the staff was, but couldn't perceive it.
oh, it couldn't perceive it? Okay.
So whenever it was looking where the staff was gone and it was daytime. If it looked away, the staff was there and it was nighttime.
Gotcha. Okay. And this staircase that opened down, this is directly where the staff was, correct?
Correct. Directly below where the staff is, where Triptychos was.
Okay.
Anything else you guys want to do in this room before I head down?
Foxy, were you going to say something? I feel like I cut you off.
Yeah, I wanted to see. So, like, can you describe, like, was it an illusion that was hiding the stairs, or some mechanism, or like, what's the deal with that?
So where the stairs were does seem to be a physical mechanism. So this was not.
Okay.
There's illusions around the room, and as you guys walk around the room, not everything is an illusion. So the water is real. Several of the plants in the room are real. That smell that you sense of these like strong scents and flowers and things, those are real. But there is sort of like a pretty sort of visage over top of things.
Okay. Is the statue real as well?
The statue is real, yes.
Okay. I would like to try to like understand the mechanism. Like, okay, so essentially what I want to do is figure out like, you know how like sometimes if you look at like the way something is built, you can figure out like who it might have been built by. I kind of want to try and do that. Like, do I notice anything about this mechanism that sort of clues me into who might be responsible for this room?
1 second. Oh, okay. So you're going to get a couple different things. First thing is that this room isn't. How do I want to say this? It is built with excellent craftsmanship. It is not complexly built. Outside of the stairs and the mechanism around the stairs, there's no, there's no like locks where the water is. There's no mechanisms of any kind here. The only things you can see and kind of touch and are living things. So there's lots of like plants and trees and things. And then the statue. The statue doesn't seem to have any mechanisms associated with it. And you can see that you can feel that there's sort of a disconnect, right, between the very natural / carved, ornately done room, and that mechanism feels different than the rest of the room. And when you're looking and paying attention, you can basically take Drock, have him go away from it and come back, so you can see it activate a couple of times. And as you watch it activate, you can tell that there is some sort of magical trigger. There's basically something that causes the mechanism to start that is magical, that you're pretty sure is either the weapon itself, or maybe someone holding the weapon, or maybe just the Summer Night. Something about what Drock is doing is triggering it, but after the mechanism gets triggered, it's completely mechanical. Everything else that slides into place kind of pulls into the walls. Those are all like physical pieces, and the craftsmanship on them is very different. You can see as the stairs descend, the mechanisms and stuff that are in place. The stairs are not very ornately carved. They're not beautifully done. They're very rough hewn. And everything about the mechanisms themselves give you this feeling of like sturdy, very purposeful, not very pretty. Even though the tiling on top of the mechanism is very pretty, everything below it makes you think that it's probably of some kind of dwarven make.
Okay. And we are inside a room.
Correct.
Right. And we walked from where we had the last fight, we walked back out of that portal like the way that we came, right? And then went into one of the different doors. We went to the threefold door.
Correct.
Okay.
Any other questions?
So is this somewhere inside the same building that like this iron tower in the wilds? Like is this
Seems to be
the same room? Okay. So like we didn't go through a portal, we just stepped through a physical door into the space.
Yes and no. Everything, since you guys have been through a couple of them now, they feel more like the pocket dimensions. So like the painting, right? Or stepping into the interior of your ship.
Okay. That helps a lot. Yeah. So we're in okay. Yeah. I want to phrase it like hey, we're I'm trying to explore, trying to get you more experiences, and kind of at a loss. Maybe you could give us some information. And if I need to, I'll make a diplomacy check for that one as well.
No. I mean, you're asking the helm, basically, where are we? And it'll say, we are located on a folded plane, but the current plane is the prime.
Wait, what?
Are we in the rings?
So it just tells you
we're in the we're in the prime. Where?
This section of the prime is disconnected from the rest. It has been removed and placed elsewhere. I cannot feel any connections to other things except through 2 portals.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Two portals
from where we are.
Yes.
So there's the one that we've already walked through.
And the rings.
Well, hold on. Is that so we came in through that little gold roofed building on the left,
Correct.
and there's also a little gold roofed building on the right.
Correct.
Oh,
Is that the other portal?
I didn't even see that one.
I also didn't see that.
Is that what
Wait,
Gribble
what?
asked?
Oh,
Yeah, I'll ask. Where is the other portal?
So it kind of has the helm kind of gelifies, right? So it does that thing where it goes more gelatinous and is solid, slides down over your eyes, and it's mostly transparent.
Gross.
You can see that it outlines the two gazebos in colors,
Okay.
slides back up over your head.
Oh my god, awesome. Okay, we would have missed this otherwise. Guys, before we go down the stairs, let's go check out that portal.
no.
I recall Philip
What?
saying, "You cannot make me leave this room."
No.
Okay, fine. Alright, we'll go down the stairs first and then we'll come
We
back
will
up. and look
focus
at the
on a
portal.
single task.
Don't worry, we'll be back to the first vault where the name was.
Okay. Yeah, I'll go down the stairs.
Okay. So you guys head down the stairs, and the stairs descend a pretty decently long time. You go down about 60 feet. Once you're down 60 feet at the bottom of this tight stone staircase, it opens up, and you find yourself in this room that's slightly cramped and musty. And on either side of you, there are rows and rows and rows of these shelving. Each of the shelves is about 1.5 feet tall, and they go from floor to ceiling, and it's about 12 feet tall on either side of you, and it extends as far as your light can see down towards you, because you guys still have the dark light. So as far as your light goes, you can see that this hallway just goes down, and on each of the shelves, so there's 10 shelves on either side, or 10 rows of shelving on either side. On each shelf, there is a jar, and you can see the jar is made of some sort of ceramic material. There's a seal of wax around it, and then on the side of it, it has something written in Rulonic. There is. Hang on.
Ooh.
This is what you see. And in your light, you can see there are hundreds of these things.
I wonder if these are the souls in the Fey Vaults.
I wonder if these are the souls of the prisoners on the first ship we went to.
How
Yeah, right?
big are these?
They fit on the shelf just barely, so they're just under a foot tall.
Okay.
And this little red thing here, this is where right here. This is where the writing is.
Rulonic is Elvish, yeah.
Elvish, yes. Rulonic is the script, and Elven is one of the Rulonic languages. Yes.
And none of us can read that.
Do you guys have a language this Rulonic? I don't remember. I don't think
I thought
so.
one had something loose. No?
I don't think so.
1 second. Rulonic languages. The Rulonic languages are Deep Speech, Elven, and Deep Speech and Elven. Yeah, are the Rulonic languages. I don't think anyone speaks either Deep Speech or Elven.
No. There's nothing else in this room.
No, just row upon row upon row of these shelves.
I'm gonna pick one of these up.
All right, you pick one up. It's pretty heavy. Like it's a very you're pretty certain that this thing is a very sturdy, thick clay jar. It has been fired and glossed over and all this sort of stuff, so it's not like it's delicate by any means. Although you think you probably could break it if you really went through effort. And you can feel something shift slightly on the inside as you kind of move it, and you can see that the top is sealed with wax and probably airtight.
I look at the others and I put my hand on the lid and just kind of wait to see what people want to say.
I shake my head.
Can I sense any magic?
The answer is yes. So go ahead and give me a. Actually, no. Well, yeah, you're gonna know what you feel and what you don't. So go ahead and give me an Arcana check.
Okay, let me find my token.
Here, I'll put this on the map layer, so it's not.
Oh,
There.
thanks.
My daughter in the other room is choosing violence. So with 23, you can tell that there's some pretty decent enchants on here, and they're all preservation based. So there is something that is preserving whatever's in that container.
Okay.
So
That is
hang on one second. I'm still trying to look at the totals because the DM did not have this as part of my thing. DC. Okay, so you'd be able to tell what this does. So it's enchanted with the spell preservation.
level 2.
Yep. That's what level the spell is. It's spell level 2.
Mm.
So that's what it has on it.
Okay. So there's something organic in these jars.
Correct.
So wait, the thing in the jar is enchanted, or the jar itself is enchanted?
The thing in the jar is enchanted.
Okay.
Non-living organic.
Non-living organic.
I will look at Griffle and shrug.
Actually, that's a great idea. Yeah.
Okay.
If these are the souls that are held to the Subber account, taking them out of the vault will provoke Hercator's anger.
Can we just write down what it like, just copy the words and then take like a paper out?
Yeah, you can do that. So do you copy down just one or copy down a couple? Because each of them does seem to be different.
I can
Could I
copy down a
make-
few of them.
Could Morin, like, is Morin familiar with, like, the burial of people and the preservation of souls? Like, I don't know, does the Church of Element, like, preserve people's souls?
So preserved souls, no, but they do have burial rites. And the burial rites of your church, this does not connect with burial rites that you know.
Okay.
So the church, for the church, they tend to mix whatever your augur is in with you get burned, and then they mix your augur into your ashes into whatever your augur is, and then that is usually placed in somewhere of importance in your house.
Okay.
And augur is like a primordial element material.
Mm-hmm.
Do all of these jars have birds on them?
They don't all have birds. A lot of them have different things on them. Some of them have birds. Some have bees. Some have worms. All small animals.
Hmm.
You will see that there are more worms, birds, and bees than anything else.
Do those signify anything culturally that I would be aware of or that any of us would be aware of?
Birds and bees? I can't think of anything that would symbolize.
And worms.
That's what you get from the birds and the bees. No, I would say that other than the fact that these are all inherently natural creatures, there's nothing that kind of jumps out at you as cultural significance from the creatures.
Okay. So, like me as a player, these feel like urns. Would these feel like an urn to my character? Is that a thing in this world?
There are cultures that do have ashes that have that sort of thing done, where you get ashes and put into an urn. These things are kind of big. Like
Okay.
one of these things is probably in the like 20 to 30 pounds.
Oh,
So like think of a full foot tall, and it is a like a heavy clay pot, and it's like 10 inches in diameter, and it's most of the way full of whatever's inside of it. So they're bigger than your typical urn.
I'm gonna open one up.
Is everybody
Unless anybody stops me.
No, Griffle just hands one over.
So you when you try to open one up, you can see that there's a wax seal all the way around the top. You
Mhm.
can tell you're going to have to break that in order to get into it. Like
Can I?
it's not going to be opening a jar. You're going to have to break it open in order to get inside.
Okay. Before I do that, can I take a few minutes and do a magic circle for Fae stuff?
I feel very confident the golems are not going to be able to read.
Yeah.
As far as the eye can see.
As far as your light goes, yeah. So there's, from what you can see from here, there's hundreds of these.
Hmm. I'm like so curious though.
Unauthorized
do it.
withdrawal is what got the adversary like banned from the bank.
I mean, a soul is not going to be like a meaty thing in a big old jar. That's crazy.
What is a soul?
I don't know, like air.
I imagine that each of the writings on the jars are names.
I think so too.
And maybe that's even what's in the jar.
The names.
Names.
So what's the answer here? Is someone going to open one of are you guys going to say, yeah, one, go ahead and open the jar? Or is it going to be, no, we're going to write it down, go to the golems first, and then if that doesn't work, go to step 2?
Morin isn't going to stop anyone, but he will like publicly say, I think opening this is a bad idea.
We could ask the robots. I think taking the jar out of the vault is just as dangerous as opening the jar. I also think just asking the robots what's in there is also possible.
I will reluctantly put down the jar.
Put down the jar, and then sounds like we're
Griffle
going in.
looks really disappointed.
Um,
Going to go ask the golems?
okay, there's wait. So there is a staircase,
Mhm.
and there are shelves,
Mhm.
and as far as we can see, there are jars.
Mhm.
And you don't want to
Does
open
it
just
appear? What does it appear is beyond what we can see? Like, is it just a hallway or like?
Yeah, so your light goes the end of your light, right, is the end of the hallway. Or
What do we see beyond what we can see?
your light,
you know what I
before
mean.
the hallway is what I'm trying to say.
if we kept going?
Why don't we walk down the hallway?
We
Sure.
can do that.
So
Just a little bit.
walk
What,
down the
how many
hallway.
how many souls were in Summer's account?
I don't
Like
think you guys
so
can-
many.
Should we just
No.
start counting?
Wasn't it millions or something?
I don't
No,
think
that was
we
the
got-
that was the
Vampires.
vampire one.
We didn't get a number. We got the misbalance. We got the unbalanced amount,
Oh.
and we solved the unbalance.
So your light source goes ahead of you about 30 feet. And as you continue to walk, when you basically get to the end of where you could see previously, it continues down, and then at the end of your light range now. So you move on another 30 feet, 30 feet past where you are, the area opens up. And if you keep walking, you can see that there's another hallway. And when you get to where that is, there's an intersection. And to your left and to your right are more rows of shelves. And as far as your light can see in either direction, there's just more shelves, floor to ceiling, full of these jars.
All right, we can leave. We can just leave.
So you guys head back and back through, head up, and the golems are standing right outside of the entrance. Yeah, you walk up to one of the golems.
I would say Drock addresses
Hell
them.
Yes. Lamia Sindie. Arat Sutul. Aketishin. And it just sort of reads, and you can tell, you recognize it's speaking in Elven. It's just reading the Elven words. You see the golem sort of scratch itself. Your time different than our time. Maybe names change. This one. Lamiaceae. Lavandula. Lamiales. You can tell that it's trying to translate and it's flipping through a bunch of different words. Is anyone in the group trained in nature?
I think Griffle is.
I am. Sorry, I was muted.
Okay. Griffle, make me a nature check.
Yes, indeed. Where is my token? I am here. Nature. Oh, that's a good roll.
So, one of the ones that he says, Lavandula, that's a plant you recognize. That's lavender.
It's lavender. It's plants.
Or it's a name.
Different things in each fold, but know enough to protect. One of the folds protects life before it begins, life yet to come. Yes.
Ooh. Very insightful. Wait, worms, birds, and bees. The worms have to do with the ground.
Mm-hmm.
What are birds and the birds?
Go on.
The bees have to do with.
Flowers. Seeds.
I was thinking bees have to do with like
Which one did the lavender come from?
nature. Oh, that's a good question.
No. Bird, bee, or worm?
The DM would have to look. 1 second.
All right, let's go
Gary
back
has
downstairs.
written down. Gary has written down every natural element and assigned it a symbol.
So while he's looking this up, let me just let you all know there are 3 moons on our planet, and there are moon phases. And next week is what's called reaping night, where all 3 are just tiny slivers and it's going to be super dark.
So in 2024, reaping night.
Well, that's generous.
The one on this one is a bird.
Mm,
Oh. Well, you said there were ones that were not those 3, but those were the
Yeah.
3 most common.
Yeah, there were other ones as well, but those are the most common. Yeah, I mean there are thousands and thousands of jars down there.
mhm. Golem, you said this vault contains life yet to come. What do the other vaults contain?
That which matches the queens. This is the queen that is yet to come. The next is the queen that is. The last is the queen that was.
And what is in the vault of the queen that is?
It starts rattling off a bunch of names again.
Can you translate those names?
Names also change. And then he starts to translate them as well. Typhos, Parapis, Siphanos. Typhos, also called typhus, Siphanos, syphilis. And as it starts going through,
Diseases.
you know them. You didn't know many of the plant names that he was going through, but when he starts to cycle through the names of diseases, you recognize a lot of them.
Uh-huh.
And that's the queen that is.
The queen that is.
I thought the grandmother was the one that was all. Isn't she the one
Kinda
who has
scary.
Narsenhar as
Yeah.
a pet? Yeah.
Well, the
And
pet
the-
doesn't necessarily signify.
Yeah. Golem and the queen that was. What is in her vault?
Golem looks from one of you to the other. You do not have permissions.
How would we gain permissions?
The queen that was can give.
And where would we find her?
Good question.
Oh, we know.
The
She's in
golem
her
just
solace.
shrugs.
Wait, what? What'd you say, Morgan?
She's in her solace.
Mm-hmm. Narsenhar showed us the 2 little pocket dimensions or whatever. Ooh. I think we should go in that gazebo, you guys.
So, anything else you want to ask the golem?
Not I.
All right. So it sounds like we're heading to the other gazebo.
Indeed.
When you get to the other gazebo, you can see that on the outside of the gazebo, on the door, it's not very apparent when you're far away. Once you get close to it, you can see that the entire door is covered in Forerunner script. And it looks fresh, like it looks recent. You can see spots where the wood hasn't properly aged, like it's been carved into this door.
Does it stink of ritual?
It does feel like some sort of ritual magic, yes.
Can I think on it?
Do. Yeah, I'm just gonna look at some stuff real quick. All right. If you want to make a check, you may do so. Could either be
I do
whatever-
know a Forerunner script, Gary, that has not come up in a long time.
It will help you in this check
Good, good, good.
because you know Fallen Forerunner, right?
I do. That's a 22.
So you would be able to recognize that this is a very complicated seal portal ritual that's at least half written in Fallen Forerunner.
But is it completed?
It is completed.
There's nothing else on the door?
So you're not sure what else is on. Like, there's nothing else that's apparent on the door. But here's the wording of seal portal. So that's the ritual that's been recently carved into this door.
Portal is not destroyed.
Can the helm sense anything about the nature of the portal?
Well, it could see. So it says the thing is invisible and intangible, but the helm could still sense it. So,
And the helm said it went to the prime, but can it say like where?
no, I didn't say where it went.
Okay.
But I will ask. Any idea where this portal leads?
The markings are difficult to read. A precise destination would be impossible. A imprecise destination is plausible.
Imprecise will do.
On the other side of the portal, there is some sort of when it says portal, it says like it means like doorway. On the other side of the doorway, there's a portal that leads to the elemental chaos.
Oh.
How badly do you want
Are
to go
we
through
able
the
to make
door?
an Arcana check to open this portal again, like to counteract the seal portal?
Well, the Arcana check was to determine what that stuff was. So you now know what it is, and you know that you can make an Arcana check to try to breach the portal. Although I will also say, you know that if you fail that Arcana check, there tends to be some sort of negative thing that happens.
Gary, could I cast knock instead of in place of that Arcana check?
I don't remember if knock works on seal portal, but let me double check.
But it's on
So
a door.
Knox says it works against portals sealed with the arcane lock ritual.
Yeah, it's not sealed with Arcane Lock. It's sealed with something with the higher level version of Arcane Lock.
This is similar.
Yeah, I would say that you'd get a pretty big bonus. So you'd be able to make the +5, but you'd still have to go against the original check. So using knock on the door would let you do it, but you're going to be going at +5 from whatever you're doing.
Do I still get the improved knock if I cast it using the improved knock to get it every 10 minutes?
Remind me what improved knock. Can you copy paste it in there for me? What improved knock does? Attempt one check every 10 minutes for an hour instead of a single check. Yeah, you can do that.
And it removes a healing surge cost, which is very good right now.
One of those moments of like, man, I'm glad I got this kit.
Good thing we always use rituals all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So this will be.
Am I able to assist in any way?
I was going to ask the same thing.
If you are a ritual caster and or you are trained in Arcana, you may assist.
Okay. So that's just I make an Arcana check as well.
You make you'll make an Arcana check to assist, and then other people will make a try. So you need to do we're level 9, so you need a DC 14 Arcana. You might not be able to fail.
Oh yeah, I have +17 to Arcana.
Yeah. So Morin could fail and almost did, but he did not. So that is 2 successes. So +4. So
+9.
9. Yes, +9 to your Arcana check.
Did one
31.
roll?
No, because I
One
can't
did not
fail.
have to one.
Oh, I see. I see. Okay.
Auto succeed. So the thing goes, and the knock ritual strikes against the things. You see this burst of psionic energy, and you can tell that there was some sort of trap on the door that if you didn't succeed at opening it, it would have discharged and done something nasty. But the knock spell kind of eats the trap, cracks open the door, and you see the markings on the door. They're still there, but they stop kind of glowing with energy. They stop feeling more alive, and you see the door just creak open, and on the other side there is a unlit room.
Unlit. Well, we still have the. Do we still have the thing? It lasts forever, right?
Dark light.
Yeah, your dark light doesn't seem to go past the door.
Oh, goody.
I would like to ask my spear if it can like discern where on the elemental chaos this might go.
The spear doesn't talk to you like some of the other things do, but it will send back more or less something that tells you it needs to be in it to understand it. So like if you put the spear in the area, it might be able to give you information.
Yeah, I'll do that.
All right, so you put the spear through the hole, and the spear, you can see it sort of writhe and move. And then as you kind of pull it back through, you can see little sparks of green light start to appear at the inside of what looks to be an enormous cavern. You see just little sparks of green light that are like the size of a quarter, all spread throughout the room. So you pull it back, and the spear says, basically gives you the impression that it's, it is somewhere in the elemental chaos, but not connected to anything it recognizes. Sorry, I was looking stuff up.
Oh my god. Remember we talked about the dark room one
Hmm.
on the ship?
Oh. Uh-huh. Do you think this is the other side of it?
Or something like that.
So nothing happens when you get closer, and you see those little lights, and then after a second, the lights sort of die down and disappear.
The Forerunners.
Oh, maybe. It could also be that. Maybe Drock should go first. Why would they, Drock? This is just a general question. Why would they enter the room and then seal it behind them?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Good questions, all.
We have a way to close the portal, technically. I don't think it will work on this portal, but we do. Oh wait, that's wrong. I was thinking of the ship. I thought we had it. I thought I had a. I have analyzed portal, Gary.
Mm-hmm.
How effective would that be?
You'll have to remind me what Analyze Portal does.
Analyze portal. When you perform this ritual, choose a specific, active, and permanent portal you can clearly see. Analyze portal causes the portal to erupt with faint lights and that flicker and spin, letting you learn a great deal about its destination and function.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds like a great use for Analyze Portal.
It takes an hour to cast.
So here's the
Ooh.
thing. We had the whole thing last session where you're like, oh, I want to do, detect or not detect object, read object reading. And it's like, oh, it takes an hour way to stop doing that. I think I'm going to actually I haven't been able to go through all the rituals yet to double check, but I think I'm going to be changing pretty much every ritual that's 1 hour or less. I'm going to be changing it to 1 minute.
Let's go.
There's a couple of exceptions, like Magic Circle, where you physically have to draw the thing on the ground. That's still going to take longer than a minute. Like some other things that I haven't gone through. But it's one of the things that I've noticed is like that hour component for our campaign oftentimes can matter. And I don't want it to be a detriment unless that portal specifically needs something that takes a lot longer. I want you guys to be able to basically use a typical ritual during like a short rest or something. So I would say if you want to do Analyze Portal, I would not have a problem with just saying you do it and it doesn't take the full hour.
Yeah, I think we should do it. Yes, I'm looking at it too. So we
Yep.
can identify who made the portal or what made the portal.
So who's leading the skill check? Or
I think
who's leading the ritual?
don't I have to do it because I know the ritual. Isn't that the
Yeah, if it's your ritual, then it has to be you.
Do you want assistance?
please?
I assist.
I also attempt.
I like that you hand wave that.
I attempt to assist.
You
Rip.
fail to assist.
Oh, what's a
So
plus 2?
so it would be a +2, but is now only a +1 because failing to assist gives a -1.
Oh, man.
Wow.
I mean, he had to roll very badly in order to
That's
fail.
a 23. All I know is the name of the destination.
Well, he rolled a 2.
He rolled a 2. He had to roll a 1 or a 2 to fail because he was DC 14. So the name of the portal's destination.
He doesn't want to tell us.
No. I'm trying to see.
It will physically harm you for him to tell you.
No. I don't think there's anything on here that would do. I'm trying to think of the language. The language is the hard part that I'm working at right now. And I think
General location in the world or the plane on which it is located, which we already know, right?
Yeah.
The plane.
let me look that up real quick because that's the wrong place.
Main Street.
So I know I have the name of this place, but
Mushroom Kingdom.
I don't have it in my notes that I pulled out. So, beep, 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 beep.
I didn't expect you to even look at this door.
I expect you to look at the door. I didn't expect you guys to get the name of where it went.
I'm re-listening to many of the podcasts to work on the calendar for the campaign, and there was a specific moment after the Battle of Hardhome where Gary said, "Okay, you guys now have a ship that allows you to teleport between planes. So I'm going to need you guys to give me more information about where you're planning to go so I can be prepared for it."
No, he said this to us when we first got the ship, and we still didn't do it then either.
No.
Yeah. I mean, this is fine. Again, the hard part is that I feel it is very reasonable for you to know the name, and knowing the name, I think, is information that would be beneficial for you to understand what's going on. Otherwise, it'd just be like, yeah, I'll tell you the name later. But I think that there's a reasonable assumption that you would not, like, you're going to use this information as important information, right?
Yes.
Okay, so this place. Is that how it's spelled? No, it's not how it's spelled. Tian Mualit is the name. So Tian Mualit is where this thing goes. However, yeah, so that's the information you get, is that is the name that Analyze Portal is going to give you.
It does say general location.
Do we recognize that language?
You would recognize the language. It's in Elven.
Do I get the general location outside of? I guess that's the destination. It's sort of the same thing.
Yeah. So it's in the Elemental Chaos. That is the place that it is. That is where it's located.
Are the golems around?
Just running back and forth.
You ask, yeah.
So, I would like to ask the golems if they could modernize this name for me.
That name does not change. Or if it has, this one does not know. That name, as it is, 3 deaths.
Okay.
Ooh.
It was either that or the Frozen Storm.
It's on the
Plan
map.
we know.
It's on the map. It's part of the, yeah. It's in the, so it is in the Elemental Chaos, I think.
It is.
Mhm.
It is.
And also, I would just like to point out 3, very,
Mhm.
very like significant number, and like the prophecy 3 by 3, you shall renew. I feel like we should go
Oh,
through this portal.
I would also like to point out in the map, it is between Court of Spring, Fort of Autumn, and Summer's End.
Ooh.
There's some juice for you. Oh, and next to the Court of Spring, there's a place called Safety Keep.
Oh.
And the Alendar runs between 3 deaths in the Fallen Court of Autumn, right?
Mm-hmm.
It does, yeah.
Oh.
We have to go through this portal, guys. We have to go through this portal.
Okay, before we do,
This is
Can
some
I-
So-
juicy stuff.
go ahead.
I was just going to say that on the right side of the map, there is 6 deaths in the Shadowsfell. And that Narsenhar was saying his power is being drawn from the wilds through the Prime into the Shadowfell. And we have a Shadowsfell connection, Summer's End, right next to 3 deaths on our map.
Mm. Golem, what will we find through this portal?
Mm. 3 deaths is home to death. Death of threefold by threefold by threefold. Death of a thing that cannot die. Protection.
From what?
The threefold is protected by 3 deaths. The golem vaguely gestures down the hallway that it came from. We protect another place. They protect. It points at the portal. The threefold.
We should take a long rest before going through this portal.
Yeah.
I want to ask. Wait, well, hold up. So I want to ask the golems. Would it be dangerous for servants of the court to visit 3 deaths?
Which court?
Summer Court.
Yeah.
The golem thinks if invited, there would be no danger. If not
Okay.
invited, there could be danger.
How invited do you feel, Druck?
So I want to I want to like take out a little piece of paper, and I want to write down, "Dear Three Deaths, would love to come and visit. Would you kindly extend an invitation to me and my companions? Sincerely, Griffle." I want to throw it through the portal.
Oh my god.
Do you do that?
Yes.
All right.
Oh,
So
you're
you-
gonna get murdered.
This is amazing.
Right. You take the piece of paper and you throw it, and then you can see very little in the interior of this because the most of the light from your spell doesn't go anywhere. Sort of the ambient light from this room does shine in the entranceway. As soon as the thing gets like through the portal, it immediately vanishes. And you can see the area around where it was. It just disappears.
Okay.
After about 10
Yeah.
seconds or so, you hear like
Does that sound like the grandmother's laugh?
no, it didn't.
Okay.
Okay.
We get a piece of paper back
shrug.
or just a laugh?
It's just a laugh, right? Like,
It is a laugh.
okay.
Did you hear,
no, no
okay, did the
reply.
laugh come through the portal or is it sort of psionic?
Oh, it definitely came through the portal, and it was not psionic. You guys could all hear it.
Wait. Okay. So sound can pass through the portal then.
Seems to be.
No one ever bothered.
Hello?
So you say hello, and then you can see something shimmer in the air in front of you, like something is invisible standing right on the other side of the portal. You get the sort of creepy sensation that you're being watched.
Okay.
No.
I look at my companions and I'm like, we are friends of the Court of Summer. Would you kindly invite us in?
So you hear that same laughter, and then you hear it echoed several other times. And at first you think it's like actually echoing, and then you can tell it's coming from a bunch of different voices. They're all slightly different. And then after a moment, no permission. Permission to invite? No. You want to speak. You want to be. You want in? But you are mortal. Why?
Um,
Oh,
well,
Gary,
about
oh, God.
52 years ago, my mother and my father really loved each other.
Does she do that?
No, I know.
I mean, because you could be a smartass. Like, there's nothing says you can't do that.
I mean,
Do you think Griffle
it's
would?
less being a smartass and more Griffle's just a little, like, imperceptive, shall we say? Doesn't always pick up the vibe. To go, I'm mortal because I was born to mortal parents.
So there's kind of that same sort of rippling laughter. No. You should be like me. But you're mortal. Why?
Hmm.
Well, what are you like?
I am like you, but better. And like you, but better. You can't see him, but you can tell that he like shifted a little bit invisibly and looked at Filibuster.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Is this the uncle's realm?
Gary, I recall from literal years ago, there were formal rules when addressing a member of the court when asking permission
Mm-hmm.
for things. And I know Filibuster would recall this. Can I ask for a formal invitation?
It is generally it's considered to formally ask for an invitation is very rude.
Right.
Because if you're doing
And
that,
it's not an invitation.
well, the thing is being invited as a guest has a bunch of benefits, and if you're asking, that means that you're sort of assuming ill will on the other person, right? So if you're asking them for an invitation, that means you're assuming that they're going to be like trying to hurt you or trying to trick you or do something bad to you, and that's kind of throwing a little bit of shade on your host. So it's not impossible to do, and it's not like it's never done, but your character would know that it tends to be kind of rude. Now, something that's much less formal, like what Griffel just did, would not be seen kind of the same way. So an informal, hey, is it okay if we come in, is a little different than asking for a formal invitation.
Okay. May I offer a formal invitation to meet in our current room?
Yes, you could.
I would like to do that.
So there's that same sort of giggling behind the portal. Not me. The wards maintained. Master does not call. But you can sense there's a movement on the other side, and you hear a little kind of woof of air come through the portal. After a moment, you see that something is back. And you can tell that this one is making less effort to be invisible and be like completely obscured, or it's like worse at being hidden. You're not sure, but you can see the outlines, kind of more like think of like a predator than anything else. And he's not big. He's maybe 4.5 feet tall, but he's very wide. He's very broad, almost like a dwarf. And then can't invite one of the others, but need to invite me. Do you invite me, little brother?
There was like specific wording too, right? It was like, I, Filibuster, invite you to my home or something like that. Or what was the...
So I think, if memory serves, one of the handouts has guest right and hearth right. Should be a handout somewhere.
I definitely don't have that shared.
The vampire contract.
Yes.
Hearthright.
That's where you guys got that stuff from. It was the vampire contract.
Oh, there. I see it.
The signee and those denoted as members of their party are considered a congress of entities.
But I remember something with like even talking to
To Marie, right?
Al initially.
Yeah. So he extended you guest right. And so is that what you want to do as well?
Yeah. Except
So
this is not my realm to offer. This would be Drox, no? Or I don't know.
So if you offer, he will kind of laugh for a second and then say, this threshold is not yours to say whether I can cross or not. But I sense another that has the right permissions.
Mm-hmm.
You, knight, do you give permission? Whatever words are needed. There is, but there's a certain level of the DM going, hey, try to remember some of this stuff because it's important. But the guy will, after you say it, he'll step through the portal, and then as soon as he steps through the portal, that cloak of invisibility around him drops. And you see. Oh,
can you make that bigger?
Wrong layer. Hang on.
He's not bigger than you.
He's not that much bigger than you. I don't know why this is distorting the picture so bad.
Little goober. Didn't we have a name for this guy?
Name for what guy?
One of the uncles.
I
You're
think
you're the notes person.
Clotho just called them her uncles.
Oh,
Something.
I moved the bottom map. That's what it was that caused that. I was like, what the fuck? Why is this not working? It's because I moved the other map. All right, so that is what this guy looks like.
So
he looks like a goblin, only his body is covered in scars and not in muscle. His armor is very faded red. You can see that it's made of some sort of like leathery material, but you can also see across his like shoulders and chest and arms, there looks to be like a scale pattern, a very faded red scale pattern. He has very accentuated goblin features. He has a very sharp nose, very long ears, and he has this mane of what looks to be like dark wolf's fur that comes from his back. He has on each hip, he has a stone dagger, and then around each of his wrists, he has what looks to be a set of like bracers or manacles that are also made of stone.
Does he have anything that on him in a set of 3?
Doesn't seem to. Nothing that sticks right out. So he nods and bows. Thank you for your invitation, Sir Knight. And what is it you would like to speak with me about?
Well, who's he addressing in this case? I don't think it's appropriate for me to answer.
He's addressing Drak.
Yeah.
He nods. Of course. Should they keep their wits about them and their manners, then I see no reason for violence.
See no reason for violence. What a guy. Hello. I think it would be appropriate to address you as uncle. We seek to help free the ladies of summer, and I believe we've freed 2 so far, but we're not sure where to find the grandmother. Do you have any idea?
Know where old lady Summer is? That is what you ask?
A general idea, yeah.
Of course I know.
Oh.
Would you tell us how we could reach her?
He smiles to one side. Tell you a thing of much value. Not for free, little one.
What? This is gonna be like little one.
Again, you gotta. It's all about respect. And what might I offer?
He thinks. Not sure exactly. Lots of rules in your courts. Not so many in mine. Master deals with all those weird rules, and not seen him for a long, long time. Master would be able to know exactly what needed to be exchanged, but I know enough to know that it's valuable. The ladies, the old ones, they're up and down, but getting to them is a bit tricky, even for one of us.
Who's your master?
So he smiles and says, why, my master is your master too, and yours. Well, maybe not yours. So he says yours and yours to Griffle and Filibuster, and then he kind of gives a strange look at Drak, and then gives that maybe not yours. And then he says a forbiddance. Like, he says something and there's nothing there.
Yep.
Friend, what can we call you?
Good way to ask. Many of the Paladins do not ask properly. You ask well. I will tell you true. My name is Mirk. He's
Mirk.
a very broad smile, and he's been talking pretty quick, and he's been sort of not quite hunched down. He's more like crouched than he is like hunched over, like he's ready to jump on something. But when he says that, he smiles very big, and you can see his bottom canines have been taken out and replaced with fake canines that are 2 rubies that are carved to look like canines.
You said his name is Merc?
Mirk.
Oh, Mirk. Is that with a U or an I?
Neither.
Oh,
Wow.
Yeah.
Have to be that way.
Nice to meet you, Mirk. I'm Filibuster. We just dealt with a few situations here in the threefold and just outside as well. Were you aware of this situation?
He looks around, sees the corpses. He gets a frown on his face, and he looks over at the door. Smart things. Blinded us. Blinded so we could not see through wards without master. No, did not know. Was sleeping.
I see. And if you were aware, would you have come to deal with it?
He gives a big, toothy grin.
We share a common hatred then. A common enemy.
Looks like there was some good killing done. Then yes, we share a common nature. That's what we do.
Merc, is your master the master of the Wild Hunt?
He nods. Of course, the one and only.
When is the last time that the hunt has visited the Prime?
He shrugs. Don't know. Been a long, long time. But been asleep. Been asleep in a hidey hole away from proper ways of passing time. Don't know when this is. But I'll find out soon enough. Doesn't matter. No matter when we are, always something needs killing.
Byron!
Yes.
Do you want to pull out your calendar? You said I don't know when this is.
Oh, I mean, yeah, this is the 10th day of the 5th month of the year 1385.
That doesn't mean anything to him.
No, it probably doesn't.
He's like 1385 is when I was born. But that was 30 billion years ago.
Mark, much has changed, I think, while you have been asleep. We have talked with, I am not sure the family relation, I suppose, a niece? A daughter? Daughter Summer? Clotho? We have been tasked.
Yes. Always gives good parties.
Yes. Her name was taken, and her mother's and her grandmother's as well. We are attempting to find them, as they've been stolen.
He shrugs. Danger that. Being all visible and out in the open and things. People can take all kinds of stuff from you. Your life, your names, your things. I guess they found it.
Yes.
He doesn't seem really concerned.
Good boy.
Do you think your master would appreciate if we were to recover these names?
Depends. Master would not appreciate me helping. No. We are contracted, bound, treated, do certain tasks, and this is not one of them. Master could change it to be one of those things, but acting on our own, even if it's me, would be fun.
But you were tasked to guard the threefold, is that not true?
Tasked to respond to any wards that went off. None went off. We didn't respond. You can see him like stretching and kind of moving back and forth. Look like he's more like kind of like someone who's woken up from really long sleep. He's just stretching his arms and his legs. After a moment, he goes, something does. I don't like this. He taps his armor.
Hello.
Something's wrong with it.
Yes.
Like that at all.
Good boy.
Something is wrong with his armor.
He nods. Always many ways to get in and out. Passages hidden here and there. This place is easy to punch holes in. Prime place always is.
Okay, we're on the prime. In the Merc, I say recently, I don't know, much more recent for you than it is for me. I was called a few names, and I do not mean offense if they are elicit any feelings. I've been called Venom Hand, Twisted Skyne, and Progenitor of Pestilence. Do those mean anything to you?
Good names. I'd keep them on things. Usually knives.
That's very interesting. Do
He stretches.
Do you have knives with those names?
Oh, wow. I can have some of them with those names. He flips his hand, and you see like 4 more of those stone daggers appear in his hand. And then he spreads his fingers, and you see stuff written on the daggers. It's in the goblin script, but you don't recognize it.
Yeah.
We have been told that the purpose of the Wild Hunt is to correct things that have gone wrong. Is that how you would explain the purpose of the hunt?
He shrugs. Purposes of things. That's what the courts that are all concerned with the seasons do. People all care about what means what and what is what. The hunts are simple. You go find the things that Master says need to die and you kill them. It only really gets fun if the things are immortal.
What's your favorite kill?
The knives vanish. He pulls that original knife back out and he taps on his chest. This one was good. Was young. Proved myself to Master. He thought it was fun. Fought it by myself. Long time. Lots of knives. Whew, lots of knives. But it feels older than when I killed it now. Like it lost something. I don't really like that. It's broken. Like the bloodline broken. I don't like that at all. It makes me feel, like I'm wearing something that doesn't fit quite right. When he does this and he starts to kind of move in the armor and you see the armor shift with him, you can tell that it's magical, and the longer that he's standing there, you can see the part of his breastplate that he keeps futzing with. Underneath, it doesn't just kind of look like scales, it is scales. It's a bunch of red scales.
Like his skin is scales?
His skin is not scales, the armor is. And would you recognize?
Would we recognize it as dragon scales?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, that bloodline was broken. This is part of what we are trying to correct.
So you're trying to fix things, and you trying to fix things would mean my armor gets fixed. That's what you're saying?
Most definitely.
Then old Merc could see his way to finding something done if you could fix my armor.
Yes, we will fix the things that are wrong, and this will fix your armor. Is that agreeable? Will you help us now?
A bargain to be kept for a bargain made. I can see something done. What do you want dead?
Ah, ah, many things.
You say that, and his grin just gets huge.
We hunt the adversary, sometimes known as Saint Typhan. Hercator, the guardian of the vault, has called it the non-account holder. Do these names mean things to you?
The Black Blood, yes. Merc knows of this.
Hmm.
Gary.
Yep.
We're careful.
Literally
The,
adversary cult, hilarious.
What do I know about the origins of my guild?
Very little, apparently.
Not a whole lot. Although one of the things, they call themselves the Black Blood Guild because of the Black Blood. That's one of the things that they trade and protect and try to control. Oil.
What? Oh, oil. Right.
Like crude oil.
Okay. Oh no. Okay. It just gets worse for me.
So he, is standing there listening, waiting. You ask him, does he know this thing? Yeah, he knows it.
Yep. Okay. We believe finding Grandmother Summer and freeing her, returning her name, will be an important step in defeating the Black Blood, returning the power of your armor.
Can't go to the old lady Summer myself. Well, I could, but she'd probably kill me. Any one of us that steps foot on one of their sanctums, only one reason to be there, and not a reason they like. Not sure what I can do within my nature to help. You definitely don't miss the way
Any
that he says
information would
nature.
help.
Real quick, you definitely don't miss the way that he says nature. He says
Yeah.
it differently than a lot of people.
Mhm. Yes,
What did he say?
that he's not sure what he can do within his nature. Yes, we understand how important following one's nature is. While there are many that we wish to kill,
Hey.
we are not sure how you could assist
Hmm.
unless you could gather a party to help us slay any agents of the Black Blood you find.
He sort of like waves that away. Not specific enough. Not clean enough. But specific for specific. You help me and figure out a way to get my armor to fit better again. I help you. He draws a little emerald that's about the size of his thumb out of a piece of his armor, and he gestures to hand it to you.
I'll take it.
When you take it, it hums with power in your hand. You don't have to detect magic to feel that this thing is magical.
I will turn it over in my hand and then look at him questioningly.
A safeguard, a sigil, on you for me. You find a way to do your part, I find a way to do my part. But if you break the thing, then that means you've worked towards your part, and my part needs to be done quickly.
Thank
Break
you.
the thing.
He nods. It's a spell bound in a stone. Break the stone, the spell comes loose. Spell comes loose, so do I.
And how would you address the other two in three deaths?
He gives you a strange look. Not knowing your meaning. Your language is bad.
Do you think they would talk to us if we invited them not here but over there?
He looks
And
looks back at you. You want others to speak to you, but why?
Just to gather more information.
He laughs. Ah, no. That would be a different kind of party. But all that would they would tell you would be things I would tell you too. For they are bound to me as I am bound to him. Servant to master, master to servant. And none of them stand higher than me.
I see. You mean
He
that
is the manager.
figuratively, correct?
He says, I am the horn of the hunt. I will blow it when master calls. I will be his second, his hand, his knife, if need be. If any stand above me or pretend they do, then my knife will show them truth. All this
Not
other time,
often
he's
that-
been kind of like, has a smile on his face and kind of relatively jovial. That last comment, the smile went away for, half of the sentence and then came right back.
I'll say, folks like you and I don't generally get to stand so tall. I'll laugh.
He laughs along.
Well, does anyone else have anything to ask Merc? He's been very kind to us and kind to accept our invitation as well.
So he walks back over to the door, kind of cocks his head to one side. These kinds of scribbles, I don't know them very well. But my eyes can't see anything wrong with them now. Or rather, I can see lots of things wrong with them. My eyes can't see any power in any of these things. I sense the power of the portal works, and whatever was here that could bind me from there to here, it's long since broken and destroyed. We didn't have any way to sense what was on the other side of the portal. No way to wake up. But now we're awake. And we'll be going to look at things.
What things?
He just gives a big toothy grin.
I understand.
You've got my name. You've got my emerald. You can call me when you think you've done something that I can pay you back for. Until then, I think it's time we go speak to my other brothers and sisters. It's been a long, long sleep. And I want to make sure we're not rusty for when the time comes.
I'll hold up the emerald and say, "Thank you, Merc. You have been most kind to us. We are glad that you are now awake."
He laughs at that, and then he says, "Nah. Well, I'm glad to be awake too. Sleep is so boring. But you say we've been asleep a long, long time? Bet that means lots of things have changed. Maybe new things have come about, things that weren't before. We'll have to go see. Go see what new things are around. See what new things can be added to the case of the trophies."
Oh, this could be so bad.
Good. What does the W stand for on the map, Gary?
Wild. The
Okay,
Feywild.
okay. Wait. Oh, never mind.
He laughs, shakes his head. No, not silly things. Not silly things to be sealed away and no one sees. Good things. Can show you like this. He taps his chest again. And show you many other things. He flicks his hand and another dagger appears, but this one, instead of being made of stone, looks like it's some sort of black talon. This and many others. Lots of trophies, lots of things. Interesting things. Some that need killing. And he flips his hand and the thing disappears. Some of the things that need killing lots and lots of times. Those tend to be the best trophies. The ones hardest to get. The ones hardest to keep. They try to grow back things and your trophy dies. No. That won't do. Some of my old trophies might have died on me. Lots of things need seeing too. But I will say that should we meet again, I will be asking of proper title from you and you. But for you, so he says you and you is Griffle and Filibuster, and then he points to Morin, sorry, not Morin, to Drock and says, you, I will respect the position as knight, but I would not be against my proper title.
He said he would address me and Griffle from our proper title.
All the way around. Right now it's okay, but he expects that the next time you meet, that the two of you refer to him by his proper title.
And Merc, what is your proper title?
Yeah.
He shakes his head. No wonder ye three are mortal still. You do not recognize the king of all goblins when you see him.
Oh.
Oh, shit!
Oh, well, nice to meet you. Now that we're properly introduced.
I didn't know we had a king.
Who voted for you?
I didn't vote for
I
him.
didn't vote for you.
So he laughs at that, says, well, nothing else you need, nothing else needs to be done. My brothers and sisters must go and look and wake up. Stretch ourselves, find new things, make sure our trophies are still properly placed. Lots of things need doing. For eventually, the master will call and we will answer.
Yeah, gentle. Good boy.
So, unless you say anything else to him, he...
Master of the hunt.
Yeah, he's the master of the wild hunt. He's Clotho's uncle.
We can't
We
hear his
know.
name.
His name is
He's
Forbiddenst.
His Drock. Ooh. Okay. Oh, before you go, Merc, Your Majesty, I suppose, keep an eye out for, and keep an eye out, especially on those who are missing their left eye. They could be of interest to you.
He looks at you and you see he cocks his head to one side. And then you see him do something that you've never seen anyone do without touching one of the rods of command. His body blurs and you see like 24 copies of him split in every direction for a second and then like go like several feet away from him for a moment and then they collapse back in on where he's standing. Oh. That you wield is no trinket. You hurt one of them.
Hurt them badly enough that they wish me to disappear.
He kneels down a little bit. Can I have it? Your weapon. I'll give it back.
When will you give it back?
He chuckles.
Good question.
Too much you deal with the Fae, with those of the summer and winter. We of the wild are not like this. I will give it back as soon as I am done looking. A few moments only.
A moment of mine or a moment of yours?
He shrugs. Of ours.
Okay. I will hand him the weapon.
So you hand him Baneslayer, and when he takes Baneslayer, you see the weapon immediately turn into one of those long, it looks like one of those long knives that he carries. Like it immediately adapts in his hand.
Cool.
Ah, yes. Yes, tell me. Give me something to use, old one. You see his whole body shivers, and you can see the pelt of fur on his back sort of expands and starts getting bigger and bigger and bigger to being this billowing cloud of fur and spikes behind him. Yes. Good scent, good smell. He reaches into his armor and he pulls out what looks to be a sharpening stone, a little flat whetstone. He places the blade on it, and then he rubs the end of the blade along the whetstone for just one stroke. And you see a little smudge left behind. He takes the dagger and hands it back to Filibuster, which then immediately reforms back into what you're used to using. And then he takes the whetstone, puts it to his face. A scent. All a hunter needs, if one's good enough. Yes, this should keep me entertained until we see each other again. Until you break my crystal and we complete our bargain.
I imagine it will come sooner than we both think.
He laughs, tucks the whetstone away. A good hunt to get things going. Get the juices flowing, get the blood up. I can sense it's going to be a good day to hunt. He vanishes, going completely invisible, and he starts to move. You get for a second that, like, he let you see him, and then you don't know where he is, but you can hear him talking, and you can't hear him making any sound as he's invisibly walking towards the portal. So much fun. Brothers and sisters! You see dozens of little lights light up on the other side of the portal. We have a hunt. Let us go find a walker. He steps through the portal and the door slams behind him.
Yo!
Nice.
Terminus is gonna get dunked on.
Maybe not Terminus. Maybe another one. Well, I guess it could be, but they all probably smell the same.
What did he do?
What do you mean?
Like, what did he do with
He-
Baneflayer?
He like used it to
He
figure
took
out.
a chip off it.
No, he got a smudge of something off the weapon.
Like blood or
Blood?
essence or something?
That's what it looked
Black,
like.
black blood.
Black blood. Texas tea.
God damn it.
That was fun.
Yeah.
Great. I think we don't need to go through the portal. I
Nope.
think we would have died.
Mhm.
I have a
question.
sneaking suspicion we would have.
The guy in lab 3 on our ship that we did a divination on,
Mhm.
he said the greatest thing in his life was when his master called the wild hunt.
Mhm.
Was that a goblin?
No, it's a
No.
ladrin, like a giant eladrin.
A giant eladrin. Okay.
Good
But
boy.
goblins are of highest skine, didn't you know? Or something like that.
All right, so back to that other portal.
Yeah, let's go back to the vault room. Oh, we could also do that, but I don't think it's necessary because I kind of asked him loosely what he thought we should do, and he said that's not necessary.
Good boy. You
Full
want a wee
of
bit?
At least that's how I.
diseases.
Ah,
Diseases in
good
jars.
boy.
Inside what? You guys are saying
The
inside
threefold door for summer.
So in order to make sure that we can kind of get to a good end point for a good ending beat for the session, I will say that you can go into the summer door and you're going to get a very similar looking room. Only the names on the jars are the names that you expect. They're diseases instead of plants.
Yeah.
Yes, it does. No and yes. Is the writing broken? Yes. Is it broken like the other? No.
That somebody else
Okay.
broke it. So maybe
Somebody else.
that's how they got in.
You want some num nums?
Mm-hmm.
When you go to that door, the second one, the one in summer, the writings are broken, but the reason they're broken is the magic seems to be gone, and there looks to be like graffiti in some language written on the door.
Like would the helm tell us it goes to the same 3 deaths?
Yes, tells you it goes to the same place, and you'd be able to recognize the writing on the wall is in some ancient form of the common script. And Filibuster and Drock and Griffle, each of you be able to recognize that there's like mocking, like insults and jeers and things written in Goblin.
Okay, so like when we freed the goblins, they are now free, maybe.
Looks very recent.
Okay.
All right, you go back out, go through the crystal, go through this area where you guys had the fight with the creature, and then into the interior vault. You're gonna kill me. Like I'm generally perfectly fine with you guys having whatever names, but Triptychos is one of the more important ones. Okay. So as you stand in the center of the things, you walk to the middle, you see the crone's head on the weapon mouth something, and you guys can feel a forbiddance happening, and then the inner circle crumbles, and the ice in the entire room fades away. In front of you, there is this enormous thing of this orange glowing crystal. And there is this sense of power, of purpose in the crystal. Touch it. You touch it, and you hear Clotho's voice. What are you doing, Knight? I can sense you're touching something of mine. Oh, then not mine. Ours. Okay. You need something from me. What do you need?
We were told this vault contains the name. Were we not?
Mhm. The name. One second. Yes, that must be it. Some remnant of her power yet remains. And you can feel Clotho's like attention on you kind of pass through you and into the crystal, and everybody can see an image of Clotho kind of contained within the crystal moving around inside of it. It's vacant. Gone. The name is taken. But Mother's power was here for so long. I can still feel everything about her here. It's like she just left the room. Wait. Like she just left the room. Of course. You want to leave the room too?
Yeah.
Oh, I do not, but I do.
Yes.
Oh my, wait. This room reminds me of the Crystal Spire, or the Silver Spire.
So you say yes. She nods. She places her hand on the edge of the crystal, and you see the crystals form up and twist around and form an archway filled with golden light. I don't need to make it strong yet. Mother's name was here for a long time, her power. But should you choose to follow, I think I can thread this along her powers course. Could bring you to where she is, as long as she's not too shielded.
We are so fucked. Let's do it.
So
Yes, let's do it. Can we ask her like if she can still do it after like a few hours?
Drock is the one that has to ask questions because you guys can see Clotho, but she doesn't seem to be able to hear any of you. The time you need to rest. Yes. No, I can feel your. Yes. A rest could be good, but you cannot delay for too long. I do not believe that I can maintain this connection for longer than a couple of centuries.
Deal.
I think we can manage that one.
so what we're missing is the grandmother's name, right?
Yeah. Hmm.
And she's saying she can take us to the mother.
Yeah, I think the mother's name is what's on the ship.
Right. But saying Lakessen are yes.
Hmm. Yeah, it seems like it's like the name is like a thing, and there are like levels to the forbidden. So like we know Lakessen, but it's not like out there.
So like we can't open all 3 doors because we don't have the grandmother's name.
Right. Although with the Triptychos, maybe.
We don't have a contract with her at all.
Right.
So while you guys are kind of talking and discussing this, you see the image of Clotho kind of pacing around, and she's sort of whispering to herself, talking to herself, and like occasionally like jumping and putting her hands really close together and doing this like really quick like clapping, and then she shakes her head and smiles, and then keeps kind of moving along, talking like she's running through something.
Running through like thinking, right?
Yeah, running through like thinking. Oh, I think it's on the other side of this. Go there, find it, bring it back. And if there's people that are like the ones you showed me earlier, then kill them all.
We're so fucked.
It is not currently.
Apparently.
I bet we could change that.
She thinks about it for a second. I guess so. The size isn't really that important. She waves vaguely at the portal, and it opens up to be like 30 feet across and like 60 feet tall. Yes. Continue the task. Things that need to be done. Yeah, no. Yeah, you could do that. Just don't get too distracted. I won't be too distracted, but here I can feel she just left. Ugh, I hate this. It's just like she's right next to my fingertips, and I want to get there, but I can't. But no, you do your thing. None of this should matter for mortal lifetimes, anyways. But I want it at some point when you can. You see the portal kind of fade away. The outline of the portal is still there, but the golden light inside of it dies off. Okay. Sounds like a plan. So you guys are taking a long rest, like in this room, or
what? See. Oh, we're sending it. I'm sending it. I don't care.
Yeah, so
get that name.
This is going to be a question for you guys, right? Right now, you have two kind of major branching paths in front of you. One is take Clotho's portal to go after the name, and the implication here is that it is not super time sensitive. Like, she wants it, but she wants it on the scale that these sort of like immortal creatures want things. Like, if they get it today or tomorrow or 3 weeks from now, that's still basically now. So you would be able to go through the portal to go after the name, or did you want to try to still go to the broker or still explore some of the things here in the place where you guys are? So
wasn't the broker like a means to an end to essentially achieve what we have in front of us? Is
Yeah, I mean, I think we didn't really know what we were going to get out of the broker, but it was going to be trying to forward our goals of getting the name and solving life's mysteries.
But we don't really need. And the only reason we were coming here specifically is because
you guys toss me like a 1 or a 2 is what your initial thoughts are, because I will have to prep for a couple of weeks. And if everyone's kind of on board the same plan as let's go through the portal, then it makes it easy for me to prep.
Couple of weeks.
Yeah, it's 2 weeks, right? 2 weeks from today.
Yeah, I just think it's total curveball.
No, I mean, this is definitely something that I knew. Like, I knew that this was one of the options in the vaults, and that was reasonable for you guys to get here. So definitely sounds like next time is going to be going through the portal. I'm super pumped for it. I'm also super excited about the way that you guys handled a lot of the stuff in the summer area. That was very cool.
I mean, Merc could have killed us.
Or could have killed us. Also, I mean, even just like the last thing we said to him, I feel like was a big deal.
Oh, that was a huge deal. That was a great call.
Yeah, there's a bunch of different ways to meet Merc, and that was one of the most positive ways of meeting Merc.
I feel like if we should keep a list of everybody that we like vaguely hear about or like know exists, because if they're like anywhere important at some point, our stupidity is probably going to mean we meet them.
Gary, how much do you know about what's on the other side of this portal?
Who what?
Can you
Everything.
describe to me what's on the other side of this portal before
The
we
moon
end?
phases.
I know a
common
lot of what's on the other
diseases.
side of the portal. You're not gonna get that information, but Helmet has no idea what that thing is.
You can't even give me an end of session juice description to get me excited.
Oh, well, if you're not excited already, I don't know what to tell you. But I will say
Double
that
excited.
Helm does not recognize whatever it is that Clotho is doing as an open portal.
Oh.
She opens that golden arch, and then if Griffle reaches through the helm to say, "All right, what's that?" The helm is just like, "There's a rock there."
It's a McDonald's. I don't think guessing is worth the brain power.
Gary, we didn't really explore the throne in this room. Is there anything interesting if we check that out during our long rest?
So I will say that the you'd be able to tell that there's several layers of enchantment on the throne, and the throne does seem to be linked magically to the stone in the center. The short version that I can give you is that if you didn't get the weapon, the throne would have been a way to interact with the crystal in the middle and bypass one of the wards. So sitting on the throne allows you to connect with the crystal more directly. So yeah, that's the other way to get through here. If when you go through here, either you don't have the weapon or you don't have the ability to wield a weapon or whatever.
I'm very happy with this session. Good, excellent combat. Very tense.
Yeah.
Ups and downs.
Also like
there was
that was a massively harder fight because the way you guys did it. I do have one question for you guys because I know we're at the end of session time. Because it sounded kind of like people were like let down by what was in the jars, but like, what did you guys think about that particular element of like what was in that vault?
I wouldn't say I was let down.
You were let down?
No, it was not.
Oh.
Okay.
And we still don't know what's in the grandmother's vault.
And what's in the winter vault?
Yeah. So, Michael, you mentioned in Prosperity with all of those frozen people. And that was something I was thinking about the other day. We just kind of like never revisited that, and that's a crazy mystery.
No, the entire ship of prosperity is again, that dark room.
Yep.
I am like so hyper focused on that.
Hmm.
There's some spooky shit going on in there.
Yeah, and like, remember that time we ran into my sister and she was like an agent of the adversary, maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd really suck if you found out that like your sister was about to do something really horrible. That'd be terrible.
Oi!
Hey, don't you talk
Oi.
about my sister like that.
Yeah, it would be almost as bad as like if you found out that you had been worshiping this like ancient cosmic evil for your whole life.
I do love the really slow pulling back of like the cultural veil of Crystal being like, this is the stuff that I have, and these are the names that I know, and then people talk about things. You're like, yeah, I'm gonna not talk about my backstory a little bit now.
Yeah.
Where's the didn't we have the handout for the voices in the dark room somewhere?
We do.
Where is it? My
Um,
Oh, I think it's contained in one of the other ones actually.
It's
ghostly conversation.
yep.
I
don't think
don't
it's only one of many has access to it.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
So I'm going to put the this is the ghostly conversation. I shared it to everybody. I mean, one of many is the one that knows this, but would have taken notes. And this is part of the reason you have the handout. This happened inside of the World Ship Prosperity near the very beginning of the campaign.
It's like the 4th session or something. 3rd
Yeah.
session.
no, this is way before that.
When they got to the heads and they were like, hey, this seems kind of like this previous thing that happened. This is the previous thing that happened.
Hmm.
Wait, where's the ghostly speech?
Should be shown to all players, ideally.
I
Oh,
don't
no,
think
it doesn't work correctly when I do that. Hang on 1 second.
Will it be in our handouts though?
There
Yeah.
it is.
There it is.
Cool.
Perfect.
Thanks. I have actually read this before somehow.
I think it used to be shared with all of us.
Hmm.
I don't know if it used to be or if like maybe one of many put it in like a like in the Discord somewhere.
I don't
Because
know.
the weird white text and dark text. I
Oh.
distinctly remember.
Huh.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, it does. Weird. That is not intentional.
Wait,
Okay.
what? What did you say?
If you
I'll
turn
share a
it,
screenshot.
it's way harder to read.
Yeah.
Choose
And
your
Harry is your sister?
Yeah.
Okay, is this? Are you suspecting that this is the adversary, or is this? I still think it's possible it's the grandmother. No, or is that?
Yeah, I think the third voice is the adversary and the fourth voice is the grandmother.
You think they're competing here?
Maybe.
Welcomer of ends and knower of threes, sort of addressing the grandmother.
So I think
Breaker
it's
of
like
containment, bearer of plagues, also addressing the grandmother.
Well, but we know Narsenhar, who's like all pestilence ever, is grandmother's pet.
We also got this right before we freed, like 2 sessions before we freed
Eastavir.
Eastavir.
And remember, like when Clotho was talking about her grandmother, she was talking about like kind of how she's like terrifying, right?
Yeah. And let me tell you, when Gary turns on that voice changer, that shit's scary. And the
Yeah, this-
room we were in was also very sort of elvish themed, right, Gary?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. And had all the elvish symbols on the ground leading up to the darkness.
And again, we found both Eastavir as well as Clotho's seed both in there.
Right.
And it's also known to us as, where is it?
Oh, yeah.
The name of the ship is Graveyard of Summer. So like
Mhm.
where they are held. So all the signs point.
Mhm.
I will say one of the things that was brought up that you guys know from the very beginning of the campaign that you said a couple of times, but since we're talking about this all that older stuff, when you freed Estavir, she gave you a message that she needed to be freed 3 times. Do you remember this?
Yep.
Yes, we've
Yeah,
talked
by
about this a lot.
seed and by sword and by
Fire.
fire.
Mm-hmm.
So
We've done
yeah,
seed and we've done the sword.
or did we do fire? Because we like heated her up. Remember?
Oh, it
She
could
was
be
in
either.
ice.
I guess we fought every time, so maybe seed and fire.
Yeah.
What's the sword?
What does Clotho say she wants to do?
Kill
Kill them
things.
all.
No, for Estavir, for
She wants to bring her back.
and who is Clotho? Because you guys have a lot of names for Clotho.
I mean, she's the daughter,
The queen who will be.
the queen who will be.
I will say that I'm not going to kind of give any more other than the fact that you guys have heard a couple of names for her, and especially how other bad things consider her. She has several different epithets that she is known by, which could help answer that question of which of the 3 do you think you guys have completed? I'll leave it at that.
Huh. I mean, I feel like you're being cagey because we're wrong, but like,
No,
she came out of a seed. She's got a vault full of seeds. She's a seed chick. She will be. No?
So maybe her bringing her mother back is how we free the Eastavir by seed, not getting Clotho. Like maybe we haven't actually done the freeing her by seed yet.
Oh.
I only correct you guys when you do things that are like your characters would obviously know that's wrong, or that's misinformation that's not reasonable to misremember or mishear. Like if you say things that are obviously incorrect, you guys aren't saying anything that's obviously incorrect. So I'm not correcting you because I don't think you're saying anything wrong. But I'm also not going to be like, oh yeah, you hit the nail on the head. This is what the answer is. Da 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 da. But I do think that what I find to be fun in the campaign is giving you guys all of these pieces and kind of watching you guys go through the setting and putting the pieces together and trying to see where everything fits together. And I think you guys have done a really good job with that. So depending on kind of where you guys go, you're getting close to another big checkpoint of where you get a clear, definitive, oh, this is an answer. So yeah, thinking about what the possibilities are and what you guys have learned, hopefully will make that moment feel a little better, right? Like it'll feel like you guys have put that piece of the puzzle together and be able to say, all right, we got this. We know a little bit about what's going on.
We'll see.
I'm also just like super stoked you guys didn't get killed by Merc. Like,
What are you trying to say? You expect me to get killed? That's not
coulda
true
made-
in the
let's see.
least.
There's 5 of us. We could have made 3 deaths, 8 deaths.
Who were the other 2 deaths?
That was pretty good.
I think it's like 9 deaths. There was like a whole little poem. Do you remember that? 3 by 3 by 3 by 3, something.
trying to see if I have I was gonna say like because you guys have passed it and it's very unlikely to see Merc for a while.
That would be 81 deaths though.
Like where Mark is involved. Yeah.
Wait, what are you looking for, Gary?
I'm looking for Merc's token to see if I can. Because Merc is a statted individual. I'm just trying to figure out what the fuck he is. It should be down. There it is.
Please click his basic attack.
Oh, sure. Basic attack.
Yeah. Seems about right.
Range melee 1 or range 5 and 10. 1, 2, or 3 creatures. That just kills you. And that's an at-will smile.
He didn't even crit any of those.
Hang on, what is this 3D20 K1 CS? What does that mean?
3D20 means you roll 3D20s, and then K1 is keep one, and CS means critical success. So he gets to roll for this attack, gets to roll 3D20 and keep the highest, and he crits on 19 and 20.
Okay.
Got
Must be nice.
triple 5th edition advantage on a basic attack 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Have fun with Terminus.
Yeah, that's part of the thing is part of the reason that I had to go find the token is like you're not gonna go knuckles and jawbones with Merc right now. Like he will kick your ass.
Or ever, because he's my best friend.
He's
my
our
king.
friend. He gave us an emerald.
He's not your friend. He is definitely your liege.
I have to pull out his token to know the answer. 36 would hit him. Yeah.
Wow.
Not true. So 36 wouldn't hit him because of this ability.
Whenever Mercury.
So you didn't take the -5 from the fact that he is invisible. Correct. And
we would have lost.
Surprise, surprise.
Like I said, I didn't have his token anywhere because it was not going to be a combat encounter. Like if you guys did something to upset Merc, it was going to be can you survive, not can you fight him.
Can you somehow run away?
Like D&D's What If.
I think I think I've told you guys about this, right? That the goal that I want to do eventually is to cut up the story and have like 3 different ways for people to watch it. Where you basically cut out the combat and just do a little summary of the combat with like a couple of cliff notes of the cool things that happened. But one of the things that I want to do, if I ever have the time to do it, is bookend like a DM's version of like the beginning of I'd record like a 5-minute thing at the beginning and say, all right, this is what I had prepped for the session. This is what I expected them to do. Here's all my here's the notes and stuff that I have. And then at the end, then I would give this is what they actually did and how my prep did or did not work. And then at the end of like, if they did X, Y, or Z, this would have happened, or this would have happened, or this would have happened. That's what I want to do for that.
I think would you say that we continually exceed expectations?
I think you guys do. I'm because there's so many times where I was talking to Unk because he's listening to the sessions, and I think he's if not caught up, he's like one behind. But he was like, they have the weirdest threat assessment of any group of individuals ever. Because he's like, sometimes they're extremely risk averse, and then sometimes they try to thread the needle with a nuke to see what happens.
We just are very confident in our abilities.
But like, if we didn't thread the needle with the nuke, we probably die anyway. So it was like a do or die. That's how I felt.
I think our risk assessment depends on like how dire the situation is, and if it's really dire, then we're willing to like we get desperate and we're willing to do dumb shit.
Well, I think it's funny because he was watching, he was like listening to them, and they're like, "Oh no, there's a bunch of smaller ships that are coming to us. We should just portal away." And no, the Reach will be lost. It'll be bad, but we shouldn't fight them. And then, like when it gets to the whole thing of the missile, they're like, "All right, well, I guess we'll teleport and take the missile with us and deal with it on the other side and all this stuff." And he's like, why did they run away and just leave the Reach? We're talking about leaving the Reach to its doom when it was just them versus a bunch of small ships. But when it's not, when it's them versus this massive invading army, they're like, "Oh no, we got this." I was like, I don't know. Fun. So
well, we
I
couldn't
say
leave others to have the consequences of our actions. We had to take the fall.
I say this to say that if my expectations were like, what do I think the group is going to do, and then you guys do something completely else that's different, yeah, you guys are kind of always exceeding my expectations, because that's the fun here, right? Like, this group has a really well defined sort of dynamic, and there's not a lot of, if there is arguing in character about what to do next, it's like only in character, and it ends up being like we still make a certain set of decisions. And there's a lot of this moment, like the opening of the jars, right? 2 different people were like, I'm going to open the jar, but I'm going to give people a chance to stop me because this is what I would do, but also I think it's kind of dumb. And that's something that doesn't work in a lot of groups. Like, there's a lot of groups that would not function with, or like that would irritate other people. So like the group
opens the jar of syphilis.
The entire party now has syphilis. Congrats.
So what's crazy is I have this huge table for diseases for if you guys chose the mother and chose to open one of those things, because they 100% would infect you.
Oh no.
There would have been a bunch of lavender seeds inside.
Huh.
I mean, the spring vault is a seed vault, because that is the thing they would keep, right? Because when you talk to Hercator, right, you tell Hercator, and you're talking about like gold and silver and gems and things, and he's like, none of that stuff matters to people on a certain scale. There's very specific things that matter, but like the idea of a generic currency that doesn't do something is completely pointless, because everyone has different things. Like, you wouldn't have like that. What was contained inside the vault of like Clotho's vault of spring wouldn't even belong in any of the vaults of the other queens of fairy. Like, it would only make sense to be there for her. Whereas, like, like a dragon would be like, why? Like these seeds are completely worthless. Why would you even have these, right? But by the same token, there's going to be other individuals that have things in these vaults that only matter to them. That there's no real like exchange rate, right? And that's what Hercator's purpose is. Exchanging things with intrinsic value.
So are these like these are like the safety deposit boxes of the bank? Like
Well, because so he talked. Sorry, he talked about like when he gave us like accounts, he gave it in souls.
right. But that's like, you go to the bank and there's money, but then you also could have a safety deposit box where you just like put whatever's important to you.
Yeah.
It's not an unreasonable explanation of where you guys are.
Yeah, safe deposit box seems like pretty plausible to me.
Although since you guys are leaving,
We'll never know.
I mean, you'll come back, right?
Yeah, we'll come back.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah, we did.
Yeah, and we also said we'd go back to that other room where the dude was doing his thingo, and we.
What?
That was this room, wasn't it?
No, the one before, the one with the rings. We were gonna go back there.
I will say one of the reasons that you're going back there is to do something you guys can totally do during this extended rest. If that's something you want to do, the object reading, right? Because you guys got the book. Yes? Correct?
Wasn't
Yeah.
the book something we took with us though?
Yeah.
Great, let's do that.
We're not doing anything in a session, but can do that next session. So I'm gonna head off. Try to not have the sinus infection murder me. And I will talk to you guys later.
Thanks.
Thank you, Gary.
Gary.
I'll see you guys later.
Bye.
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 Bye.